Chapter 306. Scarlet Swamp, Lu Shui. Don't be rude. Ouyang Yuntu stared at Ouyang Lu Shui and sternly reprimanded. Ouyang Lu Shui curled her lips and rolled her beautiful eyes at Zhuowen. Her pretty face did not hide her dissatisfaction and disgust towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not feel anything towards Ouyang Liu Shui's attitude. After all, the spot that clearly belonged to him had suddenly been taken by someone else. If it was him, he would not be in a good mood either. Now that everyone is here, let's set off for the Scarlet Swamp. Ouyang Yuntu swept his gaze over the few people around him. With a wave of his sleeve, powerful yuan power poured out and lifted everyone up. Then, everyone followed Ouyang Yuntu and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from their original spot. The Scarlet Swamp was one of the more famous danger zones near Broken Rock City. It had a radius of several hundred miles, and such a large area was all swamps. What was strange was that the swamp was blood-red in color, and the smell it emitted was also a strong smell of blood, as if the entire swamp was piled up with countless fresh blood. Other than this strange phenomenon, the Crimson Swamp was also filled with danger. There were many powerful meta-beasts living in the depths of the swamp. These meta-beasts were very cunning. They usually hid under the swamp. Once an ancient martial art practitioner passed by, they would launch a surprise attack. Some unprepared cultivators would often be instantly killed by these origin beasts. It was said that there had once been a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator who had fallen to the origin beasts of the Scarlet Swamp. Although the Scarlet Swamp was very dangerous, there were many precious elixirs and rare materials inside. It was these endless treasures that attracted many fearless cultivators to enter the Scarlet Swamp in search of treasures. However, most of these cultivators turned into skeletons and only a few came out alive. After about half an incense stick of time, Ouyang Yuntu led the group to a cliff not far from the blood-colored swamp. As soon as they entered the cliff, an extremely thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils, causing the few people present to involuntarily frown. Even Zhuowen could not help but frown as he felt the stench of blood coming from all directions. Zhuowen had never seen such a thick stench of blood in his life. The 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is located on this cliff. This blood-colored swamp is quite peculiar. It is impossible to fly in the swamp, so we must rely on ourselves to climb to the top of the cliff. Ouyang Yuntu pointed at the cliff in front of him as soon as he landed. The rock wall was blood-red in color, and its surface was uneven. At the top of the rock wall, which was several hundred feet above the ground, was a large platform. Zhuowen and the others could even see that the top part of the platform was flickering with golden light. Obviously, this was the light emitted by the 9 Extreme Emperor Essence Pond. Boom! Just as everyone was about to jump up and climb up, the soft swamp under their feet suddenly shook. Then, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from below at a dazzling speed. A bloody mouth bit towards everyone, and a fishy smell spread out. Bastard! How dare you! Chiu Cho narrowed his eyes. His foot suddenly stomped, and powerful yuan power surged out. It directly condensed into a huge golden palm, and suddenly pressed down. Awo! A mournful cry suddenly rang out. Then, the golden palm ruthlessly pressed down on the huge yuan beast, which had suddenly appeared, like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, the yuan beast was shattered into countless pieces of blood. The blood-colored swamp is filled with danger. You must be extra careful. Alright, let's climb up the cliff. Chiu Cho gently patted his hands. He did not even look at the yuan beast, which had turned into pieces of blood, and coldly said. Ouyang Hanxian nodded solemnly, and used his agility to quickly climb up the blood-colored cliff. Zhuowen glanced at the yuan beast, which had turned into countless pieces of blood, and narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this blood-colored swamp was really a dangerous place. Previously, Zhuowen did not even notice the yuan beast hiding under the swamp. The blood-colored swamp is much more dangerous than Vine Armor City's Annihilation Forest. If I was alone, I would be in a difficult situation dealing with the sudden attack of the Yuan beast. After muttering to himself, Zhuowen became even more cautious. He took a step forward, and followed Ouyang Yuntu and the rest to climb up the blood-colored cliff. Very quickly, the few of them arrived at the top of the rock wall. At the top was a huge platform that was 10 miles in size. At the southern corner of the platform was a sizable pool. Strangely, the water in the pool was a rich golden yellow. Waves of rich and strange energy were continuously being emitted from the pool. 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool? Looking at the golden pool, Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he softly muttered to himself. At the same time, Zhuowen discovered that at the center of the platform there were 2 groups of people facing each other. The group with their backs facing Zhuowen's group was wearing the City Lord Mansion's guard uniform. Clearly, they were Ouyang Yuntu's group. City Lord Ouyang, you're finally here. You've really made this old man wait for a long time. Originally, this old man thought that if City Lord Ouyang didn't come, this old man would have immediately destroyed your vanguard troops, and then directly seized the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. At this moment, a ridiculing voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen, who was in the group, involuntarily turned his head and looked over when he heard these words. He discovered a sturdy figure at the head of the group on the opposite side. This figure had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe, and there was a rather deep scar on his angular right cheek, extending from the corner of his eye to his chin. He looked rather sinister and terrifying. At this moment, he was looking at Ouyang Yuntu's group. Greetings, City Lord. The City Lord Mansion's guards also discovered the arrival of Ouyang Yuntu's group, and they respectfully bowed to Ouyang Yuntu. This person is Inding City's City Lord, Lu Fan. He is extremely powerful, and it is said that he has already reached the peak of the second wheel Ultimate Emperor stage. However, this person has always been at odds with my father, and he often finds fault with him. Ouyang Hanxian hurriedly whispered when he saw the puzzled expression on Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen lightly nodded. Inding City was a rather powerful super city. As the City Lord of Inding City, Lu Fan's strength was indeed not inferior to Zhuowen's. In fact, Zhuowen could feel that Lu Fan's aura was slightly stronger than Ouyang Yuntu's. Haha! Lu Fan, you're still as outspoken as before. How is Lu Che recently? Qiu Chou, who was beside Ouyang Yuntu, suddenly stepped forward and asked with a smile. Your senior Qiu Chou? You've already broken through to the Ultimate Emperor stage? Lu Fan's gaze focused on Qiu Chou, who was beside Ouyang Yuntu. His pupils abruptly shrank, and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. 10 years have passed. If this old man hadn't made any progress, then wouldn't he have been overtaken by you juniors? However, with your elder brother Lu Che's talent, I'm afraid that he broke through to the Ultimate Emperor stage earlier than this old man. Qiu Chou shook his head and said with a faint smile. My elder brother reached the Ultimate Emperor stage 2 years ago. However, Senior Qiu is not bad either. I originally thought that you had gone missing. I didn't expect that you would also reach the Ultimate Emperor stage 10 years later, Lu Fan said, as he looked at Qiu Chou with some fear. That Lu Che has indeed reached the Ultimate Emperor stage before me. No wonder even Lord Mu Qin Marquis praised Lu Che's talent back then. Qiu Chou's eyes narrowed when he heard Lu Fan's words. Lu Fan's face involuntarily revealed a proud expression when he heard Qiu Chou's praise. All right. Let's not talk about these old matters. Since both of us are here, let's begin the competition for the ownership of the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. Ouyang Yuntu waved his hand slightly and interrupted. Ouyang is right. There's no need to speak any more nonsense. Let's begin. Qiu Chou nodded slightly. Lu Fan shrugged when he heard this. He did not object and said, the competition for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool this time will be conducted in a best-of-3 format. Therefore, each of you can send out your own participants. However, City Lord Ouyang, I have to say in advance that your Broken Rock City has no chance of obtaining the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool this time. Oh? City Lord Lu, I should be the one saying these words to you. Hanxian, Ruoli and Zhuowen, the 3 of you should prepare yourselves, Ouyang Yuntu said with a cold smile. Ouyang Hanxian, Ouyang Ruoli and Zhuowen replied in unison when they heard this and stepped forward. Only Ouyang Lushui, who was standing at the back, stared at Zhuowen's back angrily. Her pretty face was filled with depression. City Lord Ouyang, that kid doesn't seem to be from your City Lord mansion, right? Moreover, his strength is only at the advanced Earthly King stage. Are you sure that kid is one of your participants? Lu Fan's gaze swept across Ouyang Hanxian and the other 2. He instantly fixed his gaze on Zhuowen, whose aura was the weakest, and said with a strange expression. When Lu Fan's words left his mouth, the gazes of the group behind him also converged on Zhuowen. When they felt the Earthly King stage aura within Zhuowen's body, they were initially silent. Then, they began to laugh wantonly. Looks like your Broken Rock City is getting worse and worse. You actually dared to send out such trash. This City Lord is really surprised. Lu Fan held his forehead with his right hand and laughed mockingly. When they heard the mocking laughter from the Ending City's group, Ouyang Yuntu's group was extremely furious. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Chao's brows were tightly knitted together. If I am trash, then wouldn't the younger generation of your Ending City's arcane guild, Su Yang, be worse than trash? In the face of the mocking laughter from the opposite side, Zhuowen appeared rather calm. He took a step forward and coldly stared at Lu Fan, whose face was filled with mockery, and said, Su Yang? What does this have to do with Su Yang? When Lu Fan heard this, the mocking expression on his face slowly faded as he frowned and asked, Lu Fan, you are really ignorant. Half a year ago, the number 1 genius of your Ending City's arcane guild, Su Yang, suffered a crushing defeat at the arcane ceremony. The one who defeated Su Yang is the young man in front of you. His name is Zhuowen. Ouyang Yuntu suddenly laughed and said. When Lu Fan heard this, his pupils shrank. He stared at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him and said, You are the Zhuowen who won the arcane ceremony. Chapter 307. The Great Chaotic Battle. Lu Fan was well aware of Su Yang's talent and strength. After all, Su Yang was only 23 years old, yet he already had the mental strength of a perfect Grade 3 celestial being. This kind of strength was one of the best in the entire Muqin County. Originally, Lu Fan had thought that Su Yang's participation in the Arcana ceremony was a foregone conclusion. However, he did not expect that a youth named Zhuowen would appear out of nowhere during the Arcana ceremony, defeating Su Yang and becoming the final champion. It was because of Su Yang that Zhuowen's name was quite famous in Ending City. Even Lu Fan, the city lord of Ending City, was quite interested in Zhuowen. However, he did not expect to see him in person now. I heard that Zhuowen is only 17 years old. Seeing him today, it seems that the rumors are not false. However, Arcana Masters are not good at fighting. City Lord Ouyang, do you really think that sending this Zhuowen will be of any use? Or are you saying that you want to use this quota to exchange for a favor from this future Arcana Master? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhuowen for a while. Then, his gaze once again converged on Ouyang Yuntu. Ouyang Yuntu coldly snorted and said, City Lord Lu, you don't need to worry about this. Hurry up and invite out the participants from Ending City. Lu Fan smiled slightly and did not answer Ouyang Yuntu's words. Instead, he gently snapped his fingers, and the people behind him parted to allow 3 figures to walk out. These 3 figures were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was dressed in blue and was about 20 years old. He held a blue feather fan in his right hand, and his somewhat handsome face was full of arrogance. The other man was about the same age as the blue-clothed man. He had black hair and black eyes, and his expression was extremely cold. In particular, there was always a flash of arrogance and fierceness in his black eyes. The remaining woman was dressed in a pink dress. She was tall and had a graceful figure. Although her looks were not as good as Ouyang Ruoli's, she could still be considered above average. The man in blue is called Lu Tan. He's one of the more outstanding direct descendants of Lu Fan. Although he looks graceful and harmless, his methods are extremely cruel. He's not much weaker than me, a half-step ultimate emperor. The woman in the pink dress is called Lu Ying. She's Lu Tan's older sister. Although she's not as strong as Lu Tan, she's not much weaker. She's also a rather difficult opponent. Ouyang Hanxian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, was rather understanding. He introduced the names and information of the 3 people participating in the battle to Zhuowen one by one. Then what about that black-haired, black-eyed man? Zhuowen pointed at the cold-looking black-haired man and asked doubtfully. I do not recognize this person. It seems that there is no such person within the younger generation of the Yinding city. Looking at the black-haired male, Ouyang Hanxuan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he helplessly shook his head and said, Oh? There's no such person? Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen could feel that the black-haired man was not ordinary. As for what exactly was different about him, Zhuowen was unable to pinpoint it. Since everyone is here, let's start the battle. Ouyang Yuntu could not help but glance at the cold-looking black-haired man as he spoke to Lu Fan. Wait! Lu Fan suddenly called out. City Lord Lu, what's the matter? Ouyang Yuntu looked at Lu Fan with some displeasure as he coldly snorted. Ha ha! City Lord Ouyang, don't you think that the best out of 3 method of battle is very unoriginal? Why don't we change the method of battle? A more concise and clear method. What do you think? Lu Fan said with a smile. A more concise and clear method? Ouyang Yuntu's eyebrows slightly knitted together as he doubtfully asked. Why don't we go straight to the battle royale? 3 from our Yinding city, and 3 from your Broken Rock city. The 6 of us will engage in a battle royale on this platform. The side that stays at the end will be considered the winner. What do you think? The smile on Lu Fan's face grew even wider as he spoke. Lu Fan's words caused the expressions of Ouyang Yuntu, Chiu Chou, and the rest to change. Lu Fan's words were clearly aimed at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's mental energy was extremely powerful, it was not of much help in battle. If it was a battle royale, their Broken Rock city would clearly be at a disadvantage. Lu Fan, you can't be too shameless. Previously we clearly agreed to use the best out of 3 method of battle. Now you want to change it to a battle royale. I cannot accept this battle royale proposal. Ouyang Yuntu's expression was gloomy as he coldly said. City Lord Ouyang, are you not going to agree? Since you don't agree, you can choose not to fight. However, forgive me for not being able to hand over the other half of the key to open the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. If you want to enter the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool, you will have to think of a way yourself. Lu Fan crossed his arms as he spoke in a rather mocking manner. Restriction. Zhuowen, who was behind him, also noticed that there was a strange energy constantly flowing above the golden pool in the corner. This was clearly the flowing light of a restriction array. When the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool was first discovered, there was an extremely powerful restriction array on its surface. This restriction array could not be forcefully broken even by a 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor stage expert. Father had once accidentally obtained the key to the restriction array. However, he only had half of it. When we were looking for the other half of the key, we discovered that the other half of the key was actually in the hands of the City Lord of Yinding City, Lu Fan. Rather than calling this a battle for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool, it would be better to call it a battle for the key to enter the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. Ouyang Hanxian, who was standing beside him, had an ugly expression as he whispered to Zhuowen. Lightly nodding his head, Zhuowen did not say anything else. He only quietly watched the argument between Ouyang Yuntu and Lu Fan. He knew that one side would eventually concede. Just as Ouyang Yuntu and Lu Fan were arguing endlessly, Chiu Cho suddenly stepped forward and coldly looked at Lu Fan as he said, "We can agree to a battle royale. However, Zhuowen is after all an arcana master. He should be able to use origin crystals and origin formations. If he can, then what's wrong with a battle royale?" Hearing this, Lu Fan pondered for a moment before saying, "All right." Ouyang Yuntu, however, glanced at Chiu Cho. He seemed to have thought of something and did not object. He knew that Zhuowen possessed a powerful fourth-grade origin formation like the limitless sword intent. Although Zhuowen's martial realm was lacking, he should be able to protect himself under the attack of an ultimate Emperor stage expert. Since that's the case, then let's have a battle royale. This way we can save a lot of time. Seeing that Lu Fan had agreed, Chiu Cho did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, he indicated for Ouyang Hanxian, Ouyang Ruoli, and Zhuowen to step forward. On the other side, Lu Tan, Lu Ying, and the black-haired man also stepped forward under Lu Fan's signal. They faced Zhuowen and the other two from a distance. At this moment, both sides consciously retreated to give the 6 people in the middle enough space to fight. "Brother Hanxian, we meet again. The last time we met was 2 years ago at the Super Cities Exchange," Lu Tan said to Ouyang Hanxian with a fake smile. "That's right. 2 years ago, Brother Lu Tan lost rather miserably. I originally thought that Brother Lu Tan would not be able to recover from this setback. I didn't expect that your cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the ultimate Emperor stage." Ouyang Hanxian no longer had a gentle smile on his face. There was only sharpness and coldness. "Brother Ouyang, I lost to you 2 years ago because my cultivation level was lower than yours. But now we're both half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Are you so confident that you can defeat me?" Lu Tan's expression turned somewhat ugly as he sneered. "You've already lost to me. If I can defeat you once, then I can naturally defeat you a second time," Ouyang Hanxian said proudly. "When the fight begins, I hope you can still be so confident. Moreover, in this battle royale, you have a burden. No matter how you look at it, our Nding City's chances of victory are much higher." At this point, Lu Tan could not help but glance at Zhuowen and chuckle. Ouyang Hanxian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to retort, Lu Fan and Ouyang Yuntu shouted at the same time, "Now, the battle royale begins." Boom! As soon as they finished speaking, Lu Tan let out a sinister laugh. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Yuan power poured out like a tide and charged directly at Ouyang Hanxian, who was the closest to him. "Brother Ouyang, today I will let you taste the taste of defeat." Arriving in front of Ouyang Hanxian in an instant, Lu Tan clenched his hand into a fist and fiercely punched out. In an instant, the surrounding air was pressured and exploded, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Then, he ruthlessly punched at Ouyang Hanxuan's chest. Ouyang Hanxuan's eyes narrowed. His 5 fingers rotated and received Lu Tan's punch. With a boom, the air around the two instantly exploded, as if countless bombs had exploded. The battle was about to begin. When Ouyang Ruoli saw that Ouyang Hanxian and Lu Tan were already engaged in battle, her beautiful face revealed a trace of worry. Her jade-like legs bounced as she wanted to help Ouyang Hanxian. However, a figure blocked her path. "Young Miss Ouyang, your opponent is me." Lu Ying's jade-like hand grabbed the belt on her waist. With a gentle pull, a fire-like whip suddenly danced out, transforming into countless whip shadows and ruthlessly striking at Ouyang Ruoli. Ouyang Ruoli's beautiful face slightly changed. She did not expect that the belt on Lu Ying's waist was actually her weapon. This attack had caught her off guard. Fortunately, Ouyang Ruoli's intelligence was outstanding and she quickly regained her composure. Her jade-like hand patted her Qianquan bag and an ice-blue longsword appeared in her jade-like hand. Following which, her jade-like hand lightly tapped the air, transforming into countless sword shadows that were as cold as ice. Clang, clang, clang. Compared to the intense battle between Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, the atmosphere between Zhuowen and the black-haired man was extremely quiet and strange. Chapter 308. Crisis. The black-haired man stared at Zhuowen with a cold expression. I've heard that your mental strength has reached the perfection of the 3rd grade. However, Arcana Masters aren't skilled in battle. Even if your mental strength is strong, you're still no match for me. We'll know once we try. He stomped his foot, and boundless mental strength surged out of his body. At the same time, Zhuowen slapped his cosmos sack. Numerous cold lights surged out from his cosmos sack and surrounded Zhuowen like guards. If one looked carefully, one would notice that these cold lights were sword-shaped spirit treasures that emitted cold light. So many sword-shaped spirit treasures? I'm afraid this is the Grade 4 origin formation you obtained from the Arcana ceremony. But so what if you have a 4th grade origin formation? You're still no match for me. The black-haired man narrowed his eyes and stomped his foot. Boundless energy swirled behind him, forming a powerful gale that tore through the air like a tornado. This aura? He's actually a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator? Ouyang Yuntu exclaimed in shock when he sensed the aura surging out of the black-haired man's body. Chiu Chou frowned as well. He hadn't expected that the ordinary-looking black-haired man would suddenly erupt with the strength of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. This was truly unexpected. It's over. There are actually 2 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivators on the other side. Even I would probably lose, let alone Zhuowen, who's weaker than me. Ouyang Lushui, who was standing behind Ouyang Yuntu, was slightly pale. Her cherry lips trembled as she muttered to herself. City Lord Ouyang, the reason you're so confident in letting Zhuowen fight is probably because he has a 4th grade origin formation on him. Unfortunately, He Hua is also a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator. His strength is even more terrifying than Lu Tan's. Even if Zhuowen has a 4th grade origin formation, I'm afraid he won't be He Hua's match. Lu Fan laughed proudly. Ouyang Yuntu's expression turned ugly. He snorted coldly, Lu Fan, don't get cocky too early. Zhuowen isn't an easy target. Perhaps He Hua will be the one to lose. Still stubborn? When the time comes and He Hua completely defeats Zhuowen, perhaps you won't be so confident anymore. Lu Fan didn't care about Ouyang Yuntu's rebuttal. He shrugged and curled the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Zhuowen's expression had become extremely solemn. He hadn't expected that this black-haired man, who didn't seem to exist at all, would actually possess the strength of a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly sense that He Hua's strength was even more terrifying than Lu Tan's. Clang! He Hua patted his Qinquan bag, and a long stick-like black shadow suddenly shot out. Finally, it smashed heavily in front of He Hua. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a halberd that was over 10 feet long. The heavenly halberd glowed brightly, while a somewhat oppressive energy surrounded it. It was as if countless small cyclones were constantly sucking in the surrounding air. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He could sense how powerful the halberd was. It was obviously an extremely powerful high-grade spirit treasure. Moreover, it was at the peak of high-grade spirit treasures. You can only say that you're unlucky to have met me. Therefore, you'd better die. He Hua stomped his foot on the ground and raised his right hand, grabbing the halberd. Like a ghost, he arrived within 3 meters of Zhuowen in the blink of an eye. He stabbed forward with his right hand. Countless halberd images flooded out like stars, completely enveloping Zhuowen. So powerful! The solemn expression on Zhuowen's face grew even more intense. This was the first time he had felt such an intense pressure. This pressure was even more intense than that of the Zhao family ancestor. It was obvious that the black-haired man before him was extremely close to the true Ultimate Emperor stage. Although he was somewhat surprised by the black-haired man's strength, Zhuowen was not afraid. With a cold snort, he willed the 81 sword-shaped spirit treasures around him to shrink, forming a sword-shaped metal wall in front of Zhuowen. Rumble! Countless halberd images were like shooting stars as they landed on the sword-shaped wall in front of Zhuowen. Countless sparks that were as dazzling as the stars in the sky scattered in all directions before gradually disappearing. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful force caused Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat. Finally, he managed to stop his body a dozen steps away. You actually managed to block it. Looks like your grade 4 Yuan array has some tricks up its sleeve. Its power is extraordinary. Heihua narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. His lips squirmed as he spoke. Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou, who were watching from behind, also let out a sigh of relief. The two of them had only witnessed the power of Zhuowen's mental energy, but they had always maintained a doubtful attitude towards Zhuowen's martial strength. However, now that Zhuowen had relied on the grade 4 Yuan array, the limitless sword aura, to barely block Heihua's attack, they naturally let out a sigh of relief. They did not expect Zhuowen to have any outstanding performance in the battle royale of the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pond. After all, the quota for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pond was given to Zhuowen by Ouyang Yuntu as a favor, while the main force was Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli. As long as Zhuowen could hold on, once Ouyang Hanxian defeated Lu Tan, their Broken Rock City's victory would be assured. The limitless sword aura has only been refined for a short period of time, so it can only carry out some ordinary attacks and defenses. Right now, it's barely comparable to an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Heihua's strength is even stronger than an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Right now, I only need to focus on defense. As long as I can stall Heihua, Ouyang Hanxian should be able to deal with Lu Tan with his strength. At that time, we can join forces to deal with Heihua. Although Zhuowen's martial realm was indeed very weak, ever since he had cultivated the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique, the hardness of his body had reached an outrageous level. Even a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to break through Zhuowen's physical body unless they used all their strength. However, Zhuowen didn't want to directly expose the secret of his cultivation of the Jade Stone body tempering technique. After all, as long as he could stall Heihua, Ouyang Hanxian would be able to turn the tide with his strength. Why would he need to do something unnecessary? Thinking of this, Zhuowen's mind stirred, and the 81 longswords surrounded Zhuowen. It was as if he was surrounded by an armored tortoise, and there was no way for him to escape. When Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou saw Zhuowen's actions, they immediately smiled knowingly. It was obvious that Zhuowen's method of not seeking victory, but seeking not to make any mistakes had gained their approval. Are you trying to be a coward? Heihua furrowed his brows as he stared at the tortoiseshell-like defense. Every single sword-shaped soul treasure of the boundless sword intent was extremely sturdy and durable. If Zhuowen were to fight with him, he was confident that he would be able to defeat Zhuowen very quickly. However, if Zhuowen were to hole up like a tortoise and refuse to come out, there was nothing he could do. However, Zhuowen's skin was indeed thick enough. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with hiding inside the boundless sword aura. Instead, he pretended to be pretentious as he cast a sidelong glance at Heihua and said provocatively, "So what if I'm a coward? If you have the ability, come and hit me. Break this boundless sword aura's defense." Faced with Zhuowen's somewhat shameless provocation, Heihua's face twitched. This was the first time he had met such a shameless opponent. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou, who were watching, couldn't help but look at each other. A strange expression appeared on their faces. It was obvious that Zhuowen's shameless actions had shocked them. Don't forget that this is a battle royale. Since you don't want to come out, I naturally have a way to force you out. A sneer suddenly surfaced on Heihua's face. He lightly stepped on the ground and actually instantly flashed to the side. The 5 fingers of his right hand tightened and the halberd in his hand was already ready to be unleashed like a taut spring. Not good. This He Hua wants to join forces with Lu Tan to attack Han Xian. Ouyang Yuntu was startled. Seeing He Hua suddenly change direction, his expression greatly changed. Just as Ouyang Yuntu had said, the direction He Hua rushed towards was Ouyang Han Xian, who was fiercely fighting with Lu Tan. At this moment, Ouyang Han Xian had the complete upper hand and was practically suppressing Lu Tan. It was likely that Ouyang Han Xian would win in less than 10 rounds. Whoosh! Feeling the wind behind him, Ouyang Han Xian immediately became alert. He couldn't help but glance behind him. He saw He Hua, who was brimming with killing intent, rushing towards him with a huge halberd. Damn it! Ouyang Han Xian cursed in a low voice. His right hand patted his Qinquan bag and took out a green round shield soul treasure. Yuan power suddenly poured in and the green round shield crazily swelled. It turned into a 5-foot-tall shield and blocked in front of him. Can a mere mid-grade soul treasure block my Qinquan halberd? He Hua sneered. His right hand tightened and his 5 fingers suddenly rotated. The halberd in his hand immediately started to rotate at a frightening speed. Traces of ear-piercing sounds came from the friction in the air. Soon after, the halberd was directly thrown out of He Hua's hand. Sharp wave spiral style. The halberd in the air seemed to have turned into a violent whirlwind as it cut through the air. In an instant it fiercely smashed against the green round shield. Crack! The clear and melodious sound was extremely ear-piercing in the quiet platform. After which, the seemingly indestructible green-colored round shield was actually pierced through by the gale-like halberd, transforming into countless fragments. Like a hot knife through butter, the halberd swept towards Ouyang Han Xian. Damn it! Block it for me! Ouyang Han Xian's face abruptly changed. He had no choice but to push his palms forward. His palms were covered with a layer of light gauze glove. It was a rather powerful high-grade soul treasure. Rumble! Under the propulsion of the heavenly halberd, countless waves of air directly collided with Ouyang Han Xian's palm. Ouyang Han Xian let out a muffled groan as he retreated several steps, barely managing to withstand the impact of the heavenly halberd. Ouyang Han Xian, this day has finally come for you. Go to hell! A loud roar suddenly rang out. Lu Tan, who was originally being suppressed by Ouyang Han Xian, suddenly appeared behind Ouyang Han Xian. He waved the feather fan in his hand and endless waves of wind turned into a giant palm that violently slammed against Ouyang Han Xian's body. Ouyang Han Xian had already exhausted all his strength to block He Hua's attack. Now, he was simply unable to block Lu Tan's attack. He could only watch as the wind-wave palm slammed against his body. After all, he was only a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Now that 2 experts who were not weaker than him had joined forces, he was simply unable to block them. Plop! Chapter 309. Disadvantage. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly rang out in the surroundings. Ouyang Han Xian's entire body smashed into the ground a dozen meters away, creating a deep pit. Ouyang Han Xian's figure was lying in the deep pit, his aura dispirited. This sudden turn of events caused Ouyang Yuntu and the rest to fall into a daze. No matter what, they never expected that Ouyang Han Xian, whom they had always thought highly of, would actually be defeated. Big brother Han Xian. Ouyang Ruoli, who was originally fighting together with Lu Ying, also noticed Ouyang Han Xian, who was sent flying by He Hua and Lu Tan. Her beautiful face instantly changed and her figure froze at this moment. You actually dare to be absent-minded during a battle. I think you don't want to live anymore. Seeing Ouyang Ruoli fall into a daze because of Ouyang Han Xian, Lu Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her jade-like hand fiercely swung, and the fiery red whip in her hand turned into a huge fire python. With a speed that could tear through the air, it fiercely struck towards Ouyang Ruoli's waist. Sensing the rapidly approaching wind, Ouyang Ruoli instantly regained her senses. However, the fiery red whip was already within reach. biting her lower lip, her jade-like hand, which was holding onto the longsword, moved forward in an attempt to block the fiery whip that was surging towards her. Boom! The whip's shadow, which was like a fire python, suddenly arrived and heavily smashed against the longsword. As sparks flew, the huge force caused Ouyang Ruoli's delicate body to involuntarily retreat a dozen steps. "Sister Ruoli, be careful behind you." Just as Ouyang Ruoli was about to raise her sword to fight with Lu Ying again, Ouyang Liushui's voice suddenly rang out, causing Ouyang Ruoli's vigilance to rise. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out from behind. Ouyang Ruoli abruptly turned around, only to see Lu Tan, who had unknowingly appeared behind her with a sinister smile on his face. Merely at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. You can also be eliminated together with Ouyang Hanxian. Lu Tan let out a hearty laugh as the fan in his right hand slammed down. Countless hurricanes of several feet in size suddenly swept out from the fan and swept towards Ouyang Ruoli. Not good. We must dodge it immediately. Ouyang Ruoli's face changed. She could feel the power of Lu Tan's attack. With her current strength, there was no way she could withstand it. Therefore, she took a step forward, intending to avoid the countless hurricanes that were sweeping towards her. Whoosh! However, just as Ouyang Ruoli was about to dodge, Lu Ying, who was nearby, coldly smiled. The fiery red whip in her jade-like hand had already accumulated power and was ready to be unleashed. It suddenly swept out at a tricky angle and instantly bound Ouyang Ruoli, who was about to escape. Ouyang Ruoli, it's not that easy to dodge. Lu Ying's pretty face was filled with complacency as she stared indifferently at Lu Ying, whose face was filled with panic. Boom! After the delay caused by Lu Ying's whip, the countless hurricanes suddenly poured down on Ouyang Ruoli's body. Ouyang Ruoli's pretty face turned deathly pale as she involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her delicate body was like a small boat that had capsized in the middle of the ocean as she flew out. Ouyang Yuntu suddenly took a step forward and caught Ouyang Ruoli, who was flying back while spitting out blood. Looking at the deathly pale and dispirited Ouyang Ruoli in his arms, Ouyang Yuntu's face turned even uglier. At this moment, Ouyang Hanxian was also helped up by Ouyang Lushui. Walking to Ouyang Yuntu's side, his pale face was filled with guilt as he lowered his head in silence. The battle happened in the blink of an eye. In just an instant, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli were eliminated by the few people from the settlement city. The only one left was Zhuowen, who was holed up in the boundless sword aura. Clang! The surrounding sword-shaped spiritual treasures suddenly shrank, revealing Zhuowen's figure. At this moment, Zhuowen's brows were slightly furrowed. He didn't expect that He Hua would actually abandon him and join forces with Lu Tan to attack Ouyang Hanxian. Everything happened too quickly. Even Zhuowen didn't have time to react. Lost. It's all Zhuowen's fault. If he hadn't holed himself up like a turtle, He Hua wouldn't have abandoned him and joined forces with Lu Tan to attack Big Brother Hanxian. I knew that with him here, we would definitely lose the battle for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool. Ouyang Lushui seemed to have lost his soul. However, looking at Zhuowen's back, his face was filled with anger. Ouyang Hanxian said in a rather desolate tone, "This matter can't be blamed on Brother Zhuowen. It's because the participants from the settlement city are too strong. No one expected that they would have 2 ultimate Emperor Realm experts. It's already pretty good that Brother Zhuowen was able to delay He Hua. If we were to face them head-on, we would only lose even faster. At that time, we still wouldn't be able to win. Hanxian is right. Even if we were to send you up this time, do you think you would be able to withstand He Hua's attacks? In the end we would still lose." Ouyang Yuntu gently put down the injured Ouyang Ruoli and sighed. When Ouyang Lushui heard this, her pretty face was still filled with unwillingness. However, Ouyang Yuntu and Ouyang Hanxian were right. Even if she were to go up, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. In fact, her performance would be even worse than Zhuowen's. Don't tell me that we're just going to give the 9 extreme royal origin pool to the settlement city? Ouyang Lushui still couldn't accept the outcome of this defeat and muttered unwillingly. On one side Ouyang Yuntu, Chiu Cho, and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, the main force, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, were both eliminated. On the other hand, the 3 from the settlement city were safe and sound. At this moment, the only person from Broken Rock City who hadn't been eliminated was Zhuowen. There was no need to look to know that their Broken Rock City would lose this round. Not to mention that Zhuowen's strength was the weakest among the 3, even if the strongest, Ouyang Hanxian, were to face Lu Tan, He Hua, and Lu Ying alone, the result would be certain that they would lose. Haha! City Lord Ouyang, there's no need to continue the battle royale, right? Your Broken Rock City has already eliminated 2 people. Even the strongest, Ouyang Hanxian, has been eliminated. I'm afraid there's no need to continue the battle, right? Lu Fan suddenly laughed out loud. He cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Yuntu and the others and said with ridicule. When Lu Fan's words came out, the people from the settlement city behind him also roared with laughter. There were even some people who spoke without thinking and said very unpleasant words. It was obvious that they had received Lu Fan's instructions. Hearing the wanton ridicule of Lu Fan and the others, the expressions of Ouyang Yuntu and the others became extremely ugly. Although they knew that Lu Fan and the others were doing this on purpose, their hearts were still filled with dense anger. Ouyang, it's better to admit defeat. With Zhuowen's strength, even He Hua isn't a match for him, let alone Lu Tan and Lu Ying working together. Chiu Cho suddenly patted Ouyang Yuntu's shoulder and said somewhat helplessly. Ouyang Yuntu lightly sighed. He knew that Chiu Cho was right, but he was still very unwilling in his heart. After all, there was only a year until the Origin Energy Tower battle. If they had the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool, with Ouyang Hanxuan's talent, he would definitely be able to reach the Ultimate Emperor realm within a year. As for Ouyang Ruoli, she would be able to break through to the Ultimate Emperor realm. Without the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool, it would be very difficult to break through from the Ultimate Emperor realm to the Ultimate Emperor realm within a year. Wait! Just when Ouyang Yuntu was about to announce his defeat, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Then, everyone's gazes converged and saw a youth surrounded by countless longswords looking straight at Ouyang Yuntu with a calm expression. City Lord Ouyang, we haven't lost this battle, have we? Wasn't this battle royale supposed to end only when one side was eliminated? I haven't been eliminated yet, so how can we be considered to have lost this battle? Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm as he spoke indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere of the scene suddenly became somewhat strange. Everyone stared blankly at this calm youth as the same thought emerged in their minds. There must be something wrong with this guy's brain. With his mere Earth King strength and illusory mental energy, how could he fight against 3 opponents by himself? What is this guy doing now? He's not strong enough. Does he really want to court death? Even Big Brother Han Xian couldn't fight against 3 opponents by himself. Could this guy really do it? Ouyang Lushui clenched her pearly white teeth and couldn't help but angrily speak. In her heart, she was extremely disappointed with Zhuowen. Even Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Cho furrowed their brows when they heard this. They also didn't think that Zhuowen had the strength to fight against 3 opponents by himself. After all, Lu Tan and He Hua were both half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, He Hua was even stronger than Lu Tan and was extremely close to the Ultimate Emperor Realm. The corners of Lu Fan's mouth revealed a trace of a mocking smile. He sneered and said, "Looks like this so-called arcane ceremony champion's brain isn't working well. Since this guy doesn't want to give up, then I have no reason to stop him. Let the battle royale continue." When Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Cho heard this, their expressions slightly changed. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Zhuowen suddenly turned around and said, "City Lord Ouyang, Senior Chiu, don't worry too much. Since I dare to continue the battle royale, it means that I still have the ability to protect myself. Let me continue the battle royale. Zhuowen wasn't willing to let go of something like the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool that could greatly increase one's strength. Although he wasn't willing to reveal his trump card, he had already reached a point where he had no other choice. Qiu Chou looked deeply at Zhuowen and sighed. All right, but if you really can't, then you'd better admit defeat. Everything is more important than your life. Since Qiu Chou had said so, Ouyang Yuntu didn't say anything else. His eyes were filled with helplessness and worry. Obviously, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in this battle for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You want to fight against 3 people with your little strength? You must be dreaming. Lu Ying swung the fiery red whip in her hand and unceremoniously mocked Zhuowen. Her pretty face was filled with disdain. Deng deng deng. Zhuowen didn't answer and only coldly stared at Lu Ying. He walked towards Lu Ying step by step. His gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. Despicable brat. Die. Chapter 310. Powerful physical body staring at the fiery red whip that was pouncing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He stomped on the ground, and endless lightning immediately burst out from under his feet. At the same time, a pair of 10 feet large lightning snake wings suddenly extended from his back, and Zhuowen turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in front of Lu Ying's eyes. What? Such fast speed? Lu Ying's pretty face changed. She did not expect Zhuowen's speed to suddenly become so fast. Whiz. A gust of wind instantly whizzed over from behind Lu Ying. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she saw Zhuowen, who was wrapped in lightning, appear behind her delicate figure. No wonder you dare to fight 1 against 3. So there is this kind of secret technique to increase your speed. However, what's the use of just being fast? You, who are not strong enough, will still lose. Zhuowen's sudden increase in speed naturally caused Lu Ying to notice the lightning snake wings on Zhuowen's back. She subconsciously treated it as a secret technique. However, Zhuowen was only at the advanced Earth King stage, so Lu Ying did not put him in her eyes. With a sneer, the Yuan power on her left hand burst forth, and directly welcomed the incoming Zhuowen. The cold glint in Zhuowen's eyes grew even more intense when he saw Lu Ying, who wanted to meet him head-on, heading towards him. The 5 fingers of his right hand were tightly clenched into a fist as he directly punched out. The instant he punched out, his entire arm turned into a very lustrous jade green color. Jade stone body tempering technique, 5th level. Boom. Loud noises that sounded like countless bombs suddenly rang out. Soon after, an endless amount of air waves swept out from between the 2 of them. The sneer on Lu Ying's pretty face suddenly froze. Immediately, it was replaced by a horrified expression. This was because she felt an extremely huge force being transmitted from her left hand. It was as if her left hand had struck a solid rock, and was unable to move it in the slightest. How is this possible? How can this guy's strength be so strong? Lu Ying cried out in alarm. Following that, a crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly came out, and an intense pain immediately spread to her brain, only to see that her left hand was actually broken by this force. Soon after, she saw the young man with a pair of dazzling lightning wings on his back. His face was filled with a sinister chill, while the corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Once again, he swung his fist and heavily struck her abdomen. The powerful force immediately caused her mind to become incomparably blank. Then, her body was sent flying by the powerful force, flying towards Lu Fan. Ying spat out mouthfuls of blood, and her pretty face was extremely pale. Bang! A somewhat muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground slowly rang out. Soon after, everyone looked at Lu Ying's slender body in disbelief. She was like a kite with a broken string as she flew out and smashed onto the ground. The scene suddenly became somewhat quiet. Everyone was stunned. Although Lu Ying's strength was the weakest in the Ending city, She was still at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Now that she was fighting one-on-one with Zhuowen, she was actually defeated in one move? He Hua and Lu Tan, who were originally planning to watch a good show from the side, were also stunned. They also did not expect that Lu Ying and Zhuowen would actually be defeated by Lu Ying, who was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Furthermore, that Zhuowen used close combat. A dignified arcana master using close combat actually defeated Lu Ying, who was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, in one move. This caused the two of them to be unable to wrap their heads around it. Isn't this guy only at the advanced Earth King stage in the martial Dao? Why is his close combat so strong? Lu Tan muttered in disbelief. He Hua, who was beside Lu Tan, was much calmer. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the emerald luster on Zhuowen's arm, and said indifferently, "This Zhuowen's physical body is very strong. I'm afraid that he has cultivated a powerful body refinement technique. This guy has hidden his strength very deeply. If Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli had not been eliminated, this guy probably would not have revealed this move." When Lu Tan heard this, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the youth standing at his original spot with fear. To be able to defeat Lu Ying by relying on the strength of his physical body, this Zhuowen's strength was probably not weaker than an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Ouyang Yuntu, who was originally disappointed, also stared blankly at Zhuowen, who had valiantly defeated Lu Ying. Then, he noticed the emerald luster on Zhuowen's arm and said, "This is the Zhao family's Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique? And it has already reached the 5th level of the emerald luster? How did this Zhuowen obtain such a body refinement technique?" This old man obtained the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique from that old bastard Zhao Qintian. At that time, that kid needed a body refinement technique, so he gave the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique to that kid Zhuowen. However, what surprised this old man was that this kid actually managed to cultivate the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique to the 5th level. Qiu Chao's eyes narrowed as he said in surprise. The Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique originally requires a large amount of Emperor Yuan pills to cultivate. If one wants to cultivate to the 5th level, it is simply impossible without at least 100,000 Emperor Yuan pills. That kid Zhuowen actually has so many Emperor Yuan pills on him? This really surprised this old man. Ouyang Yuntu said as he stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. "Let's continue watching. That kid Zhuowen seems to be brimming with confidence. I'm afraid that he will have a way to deal with this battle royale." Qiu Chou nodded. He was also looking at Zhuowen with anticipation. He wanted to see where Zhuowen's confidence in taking on 3 opponents came from. However, Ouyang Yuntu still shook his head. Although he was rather surprised that Zhuowen was able to cultivate the Jade Stone Body Refinement Technique to the 5th level, Zhuowen's cultivation level was simply too low. On the other hand, Lu Tan and He Hua were both at the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. If they joined forces, they could even fight against an Ultimate Emperor realm expert. However, Zhuowen's level was still insufficient. At this moment, Lu Fan's expression was rather ugly as he looked at Lu Ying, who was being helped up by his subordinates. Lu Fan coldly said, "Lu Tan, He Hua, don't hold back anymore. Join forces and get rid of this kid." "Yes." The two of them replied in unison as they stared straight at Zhuowen. Lu Tan sneered and said, "It is quite rare for an arcana master to be able to cultivate his physical body to such a level. However, you will be leaving soon. This 9 Extreme Emperor Yuan Pond belongs to our Ending City. He Hua, do it." As he spoke, Lu Tan fiercely stomped on the ground and directly rushed forward. At the same time, he waved the blue feather fan in his hand and countless cold lights flashed. The feathers on the feather fan were like raindrops as they flew towards Zhuowen. Seeing that Lu Tan had directly made his move, the corners of He Hua's mouth curled up. Unwilling to be outdone, he also rushed towards Zhuowen. His right hand tightened as the huge halberd tore through the air and pierced towards Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, I said that I have a way to get you out. Therefore, you should obediently accept your death now. Seeing that the two of them had joined forces to attack him, a grave expression appeared on Zhuowen's face. The lightning snake wings on his back suddenly flapped and his entire body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning as he disappeared from the spot. The moment Zhuowen disappeared, the rain-like blue feathers bombarded the ground where Zhuowen had just stood, creating a huge hole in the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" Heihua roared. With a flick of his right hand, the halberd in his hand was flung to the side, directly hitting Zhuowen's body in the air. Boundless sword intent block. With a cold snort, Zhuowen's mind moved and the boundless sword intent surrounding his body instantly turned into a sword wall that blocked in front of him. Rumble! The powerful halberd slammed into the sword wall and instantly caused Zhuowen to retreat a dozen steps. The grave expression on his face became even more intense. The combination of two ultimate half-step Emperor Realm experts was indeed extraordinary. Heihua is much stronger than Lu Tan. I have to get rid of Lu Tan first. Zhuowen's figure did not stop as he continuously thought of a countermeasure. Relying on the lightning snake wings on his back, his figure seemed to have transformed into streaks of lightning in the entire arena. Numerous blurry afterimages continuously appeared in midair. Even Heihua and Lu Tan had a hard time catching him. What kind of secret technique is that lightning wings on his back? How can they be so fast? Damn it! Seeing Zhuowen turn into a blur all around him, Lu Tan's expression became extremely ugly as he secretly cursed. Don't worry. After all, this is a battle. Zhuowen can't possibly keep dodging, right? He will eventually attack. The moment he attacks will be our opportunity. One of us only needs to restrain him and directly defeat him and eliminate him. Heihua was extremely calm from the beginning until the end. Yes, that's the only thing we can do. Lu Tan slightly nodded as he vigilantly looked around. He's coming. Not long after, Heihua's eyes suddenly exploded with light. Then, he raised his halberd and directly stabbed it into the air. Clang! A crisp sound abruptly rang out. A wall of swords abruptly appeared in front of the ancient halberd. Following which, the wall of swords instantly disintegrated into sword-shaped spiritual treasures that emitted a cold light. With 9 high-grade spiritual treasures as the core, they all landed around Heihua, forming an impenetrable prison of swords. Oh? You want to use this grade 4 yuan array to trap me and then deal with Lu Tan? This Zhuowen is a good schemer. However, this grade 4 yuan array has obviously not unleashed its full power. It will be very difficult to trap me. Skyquake style. Break. With a cold laugh, Heihua held the heavenly halberd in his hand. His elbow clamped on the end of the halberd and his right leg, with his left leg as the center, suddenly turned around. The huge heavenly halberd was held by his right hand and was violently flung out. The surrounding air instantly formed into a violent storm. After which, it violently swept towards the surrounding sword formation. Buzz! The powerful storm actually directly broke the prison formed by the boundless sword aura. The long swords were like sailboats that had lost their landmarks in the sea as they scattered. After breaking the boundless sword aura, Heihua immediately saw that Zhuowen was actually directly charging towards Lu Tan. Zhuowen's right hand was holding a long black spear that was several feet long. Trying to fight Lu Tan head-on? This is a foolish method. Heihua sneered as he muttered. Just as Heihua had said, the Moonfiend Dragon's Pine spear in Zhuowen's hand suddenly collided with Lu Tan's feather fan. As expected, the Moonfiend Dragon's Pine spear was blasted flying, whereas Zhuowen was already unarmed. Brat! Even your weapon was sent flying by me. You will definitely lose. Lu Tan laughed complacently. His hand was not slow as he waved his feather fan and directly slammed it towards Zhuowen's chest. Boom! Lu Tan's palm directly landed on Zhuowen's chest. With a ripping sound, Zhuowen's clothes were directly torn to shreds by a powerful force, revealing his muscular upper body. The sound of metal clashing abruptly rang out. Lu Tan was stunned for a moment before he shockingly discovered that Zhuowen's body was unknowingly covered with a glassy luster. When his palm landed on Zhuowen's body, it was as if he had hit hard steel. Jadestone Body Tempering Technique Level 6? Zhuowen, this brat, actually managed to cultivate Level 6. This brat. Ouyang Yuntu, who was watching from a distance, suddenly widened his eyes and involuntarily cried out. Chapter 311. Weeping Blood Halberd, how is this possible? How can this guy's physical body be so strong? My attack actually didn't hurt him at all? Lu Tan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Did you enjoy the fight? It's my turn now. With a sneer, Zhuowen clenched his hand into a fist. A clear cracking sound suddenly rang out, and he suddenly threw a punch at Lu Tan. Primordial Dragon Roar Fist. 100 Dragon Roar. Countless resounding dragon roars suddenly whizzed out from Zhuowen's body. At this time, there seemed to be hundreds of giant dragon shadows behind him. His punch was like hundreds of dragons emerging from the sea. Coupled with the strong physical body of the 6th level of the Jade Stone Body Tempering Technique, the power of Zhuowen's punch had almost reached the peak. Even the surrounding air collapsed under the force of the punch. It was as if countless bombs had exploded as it rumbled towards Lu Tan. Damn it! This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. I didn't expect his physical body to be so strong. Even Lu Tan couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when he felt Zhuowen's powerful strength. Facing the fist that was getting closer and closer, Lu Tan knew that he couldn't dodge it. He could only take it head-on. So what if his physical body is strong? After all, this guy is only at the advanced Earth King stage. With my strength at the half-step Ultimate Emperor stage, how can I not block this guy's attack? With a cold snort, Lu Tan suddenly activated the Yuan power in his body and poured it into the feather fan in his hand. The feather fan buzzed and suddenly swelled to the size of a banana leaf, blocking in front of Lu Tan. Boom! The powerful and heavy fist heavily smashed onto the huge feather fan. Immediately, endless air waves were formed around it. The surrounding space seemed to have collapsed at this moment, and it became extremely quiet. Crack! The brief silence only lasted for a moment. Soon after, a clear cracking sound suddenly burst forth. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the banana leaf-like feather fan. Soon after, it spread in all directions, after which it collapsed inch by inch with a bang. Gazing at the nearly shattered feather fan, Lu Tan was actually stunned for a moment. He could only stare blankly as the powerful fist slammed into his body. Poochie! The muffled sound of fists hitting flesh immediately rang out. Lu Tan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a falling meteor, he fell headfirst under the bombardment of Zhuowen's fist. Whoosh! A figure flashed past and easily caught Lu Tan, who was vomiting blood. It was He Hua, who had just broken through the boundless sword aura. Looking at the dispirited Lu Tan in his arms who was coughing up blood, He Hua's expression became extremely solemn. He realized that he had severely underestimated the youth with a pair of lightning wings on his back. Creak! Lu Fan suddenly clenched his fists as he stared blankly at Lu Tan, whose aura was extremely weak as he leaned on He Hua's arm. He had never imagined that Lu Tan, a half-step Ultimate Emperor, would actually be defeated by Zhuowen, whom they had looked down on from the start. The strength of Zhuowen's physical body is comparable to a half-step Ultimate Emperor. It seems that he is the trump card that Ouyang Yuntu prepared. I really did not expect that Zhuowen's mental energy talent would be so terrifying, but his martial strength is also so strong. This kind of person can be called a monster. Lu Fan's expression was extremely ugly as he muttered to himself with a sigh. However, it won't be so easy for him to defeat He Hua. He Hua is also the trump card of our settlement city. Lu Ying, who had recovered some of her color, looked at Zhuowen's figure with fear in her beautiful eyes. She was somewhat unconvinced as she spoke. That's right. He Hua is even more terrifying than this Zhuowen. This time, our settlement city will definitely obtain the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. That old bastard Ouyang Yuntu can forget about snatching it from my hands. Lu Fan nodded slightly before speaking seriously. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere on Lu Fan's side, Ouyang Yuntu and the others' faces were brimming with joy. They did not expect that Zhuowen would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and eliminate both Lu Ying and Lu Tan in one fell swoop. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. No wonder Zhuowen was so confident in fighting 1 against 3. This brat has actually cultivated the jade stone body tempering technique to the 6th level. With the strength of his physical body, it is comparable to a peak half-step ultimate emperor. Now, our Broken Rock City has hope of winning. Ouyang Yuntu's face was full of joy as he laughed loudly. Even Xiao Chao's mouth was curled into a smile. Zhuowen was able to bring him such unique surprises every time. He increasingly felt that the little fellow in front of him was not ordinary. Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, who were originally disappointed after being eliminated, suddenly had a bright light explode from their eyes. A trace of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. I always thought that Brother Zhuowen's mental energy was especially strong. I never expected that his martial strength would be so strong as well. What a monster! Ouyang Hanxian could not help but sigh. Ouyang Lushui, who was originally caressing Ouyang Hanxian, bit her lower lip when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes stared at the slender figure not far away with a complicated expression on her face. She really did not expect that the guy she had always thought would be a burden would actually turn the tide and become their last hope in this 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool battle. You must win, Zhuowen. In the arena, Heihua looked at Zhuowen with a fearful expression and said indifferently, I never expected your physical body to be so strong. I'm afraid that just the strength of your physical body alone is not weaker than mine. Lu Tan's loss was not a loss. After saying this, Heihua casually threw the half-dead Lu Tan in the direction of the settlement city. He continued to stare at Zhuowen and said, however, if you think that you can win this battle with your current strength, I'm afraid that you are gravely mistaken. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Heihua in front of him. He always felt that Heihua gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even after he revealed his powerful physical body, this feeling still did not disappear. It's been a long time since I've used this move. Given your powerful physical body, normal attacks won't work at all. This is the only way now. Heihua slowly stepped forward, holding the halberd in his hand and pointing it at the ground. It seems that Heihua is going to use that move. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said to himself cautiously. The last move of the Universal Square Halberd, Overlord Halberd Weeping Blood move. Open. The halberd in Heihua's hand abruptly struck down. His left palm suddenly drew a line across the crescent blade. Blood dripped down like a fountain, dyeing the white surface of the halberd blood red. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the halberd. Buzz. A clear buzzing sound suddenly whizzed out from the heavenly halberd, following which the heavenly halberd, from the body of the halberd to the tip of the blade, transformed into a tragic blood-red color. The entire heavenly halberd became even more sinister and huge. Overlord Halberd Weeping Blood technique is the ultimate move of this high-grade universal halberd. It uses the Master's Essence blood to forcefully raise the power of the universal halberd to the level of an earthly soul treasure. It has the power to cut through all objects. The price is to shorten the lifespan of the user by nearly 10 years. Heihua held the blood-red halberd in his hand and walked forward step by step. His eyes had already turned blood-red and his face was filled with a crazy desire to fight. He continued, "This halberd is called the Weeping Blood halberd. Once it is used, all living things will weep for blood. If you die under this Weeping Blood halberd, don't blame me. Once the battle starts, even I will find it difficult to suppress the surging killing intent of this Weeping Blood halberd." How ruthless! He actually lost 10 years of his lifespan just to raise the power of this halberd to the level of an earthly soul treasure. Although it can't compare to a genuine earthly soul treasure, it's much more powerful than an ordinary high-grade soul treasure. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he fearfully looked at the weeping blood halberd in He Hua's hand and muttered to himself. When Ouyang Yuntu and the rest saw the sudden change in the halberd in He Hua's hand, especially when they felt the aura emitted from the halberd that was close to an earthly soul treasure, their faces changed drastically. This He Hua actually still has this trick up his sleeve. He can actually forcefully raise the power of his high-grade soul treasure to the level of an earthly soul treasure. With the current strength of Zhuowen's physical body, it will be very difficult for him to block the halberd in He Hua's hand. Chiu Chao's expression had already become extremely grave as he frowned and said, "If Zhuowen's physical body is unable to block He Hua's weeping blood halberd, we will be considered to have lost this time in the 9 extreme royal origin pool." Ouyang Yuntu's face was also slightly pale as he felt the chilling aura emitted from the weeping blood halberd, and said bitterly. As for Ouyang Hanxian and the other 2 juniors, their expressions were tense as they stared at Zhuowen, who was not far away. In the arena, Zhuowen's expression was unusually calm and he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Zhuowen slowly walked to the front of the demon moon dragon spine spear and pulled it out with a swoosh. He pointed the tip of the spear at He Hua and said indifferently, "I would like to see the power of this so-called weeping blood halberd." "Ha! Then let's have a great battle." He Hua's eyes were scarlet red. He suddenly took a step forward and swung the weeping blood halberd in his hand, directly rushing towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not to be outdone. Holding the demon moon dragon spine spear in his hand, his entire body emitted a glassy color. The lightning serpent wings on his back gently flapped, transforming into a thunderbolt as he charged towards He Hua without showing any signs of weakness. Bang! 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 In an instant the 2 of them fiercely collided. Ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding rang out, and from time to time, intense sparks would erupt in the air. The 2 of them actually transformed into numerous afterimages in midair as they rapidly exchanged blows. Only the sparks created by the collision of the 2 weapons allowed others to vaguely see the figures of the 2 people. At other times, it was impossible to see the figures of the 2 people. He Hua's weeping blood halberd is too powerful. Although Zhuowen's physical body is very strong, it can't withstand the sharpness of the weeping blood halberd. Zhuowen has lost. Ouyang Yuntu suddenly sighed. After all, he was an ultimate Emperor realm expert, so he could naturally see the situation of the 2 in the air. Zhuowen was at a disadvantage. Chiu Chou also sighed, clearly agreeing with Ouyang Yuntu's words. Whoosh! After another exchange of blows, He Hua's right hand suddenly tightened and fiercely swung it at Zhuowen's long spear. With a kacha sound, the demon moon dragon spine spear in Zhuowen's hand actually broke into 2 halves, and the weeping blood halberd directly struck Zhuowen's chest. Bang! The powerful force caused Zhuowen to fall like a meteor, smashing a deep crater in the ground. Sigh. He lost. Zhuowen is no match for He Hua. Ouyang Yuntu deeply sighed and bitterly smiled. Lu Fan suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at the gloomy Ouyang Yuntu and said, "City Lord Ouyang, the outcome has been decided. Hand over the other half of the key." Ouyang Yuntu's face froze. He looked at the complacent smile on Lu Fan's face, and his heart was filled with anger. City Lord Lu is smiling very complacently? But I can tell you with regret that I haven't lost yet. A clear and melodious voice suddenly sounded. Then, a figure slowly walked out of the deep pit that was filled with dust. What was strange was that this figure was actually surrounded by a strange flame that was formed by lightning and fire. Chapter 312. The Third Earth Fire. So you have an earth fire like the 9 heavens thunder inferno in your body? But so what if you have an earth fire? It's still not enough in front of my weeping blood halberd. He Hua's pupils shrank as he sneered. That's right. Although the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno is a powerful earth fire, the Weeping Blood Halberd in He Hua's hand is almost as powerful as an earthly soul treasure. Even an earth fire would find it hard to resist such power. Ouyang Yuntu shook his head in disappointment as he muttered to himself. After discovering that He Hua was able to raise his soul treasure to the level of an earthly soul treasure, Ouyang Yuntu no longer had any hope for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool. That might not be the case. Chiu Chao's eyes were bright as he stared at the battlefield. He knew that Zhuowen had more than one earth fire. Perhaps this could be the turning point for this battle. Not enough? What if I add another earth fire? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stomped his foot. A green flame burst out from his back and formed a lifelike green flame in his palm. 2 earth fires? He Hua's pupils shrank as he stared at the young man with 2 earth fires in his hands in disbelief. Earth fires were so rare that it was already considered extremely lucky for someone to possess 1 earth fire. However, the young man in front of him actually possessed 2 earth fires at once. This made He Hua feel incredulous. At this moment, the smile on Lu Fan's face had already disappeared. Instead, his expression was grave as he looked at Zhuowen, who was holding 2 types of earth flames. Although one type of earth flame was powerful, He Hua's strength was enough to destroy it. However, 2 types of earth flames were more difficult to deal with. Don't disappoint me, He Hua. With your strength, you should be able to deal with 2 earth fires. Lu Fan muttered to himself as he stared at He Hua's back. Everyone on Ouyang Yuntu's side was also nervously watching the battlefield. They knew that the final owner of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool would be between Zhuowen and He Hua. In the beginning, Ouyang Yuntu didn't have much hope for Zhuowen. However, now that Zhuowen had revealed 2 types of earth fires, he knew that Zhuowen's strength wouldn't be much weaker than He Hua's. Therefore, the final outcome of the battle had become somewhat unpredictable. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was wielding 2 types of earth flames, and He Hua, who was wielding a blood-colored halberd, were facing each other from afar. A surge of battle intent instantly erupted between the 2 of them. Haha! I really didn't expect that I would actually encounter an expert like you in a tiny little contest for the 9 Extreme Royal Essence pool. But in the end, victory will only belong to me, and you are destined to be the loser. He Hua's scarlet-red eyes were filled with battle intent. With a hearty laugh, he suddenly took a step forward. The enormous force almost caused the ground to crack open. He Hua transformed into an illusory figure and directly rushed towards Zhuowen. It's best not to be too confident, lest extreme joy beget sorrow in the end. With a cold smile, Zhuowen raised his hands. The 9 Heavens Thunder Inferno Flame and the 3,000 Blue Lotus Flame immediately revolved around his body like his limbs. The intense heat almost caused the surrounding air to boil. Relying on the 9 Wheels Burning Sky array in the 9 Wheels Burning Sky Cauldron, Zhuowen was quite proficient in using the 2 types of earth fires. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Although He Hua's Weeping Blood Halberd was very powerful, the earth fire was a powerful energy born from the heavens and earth. Even the Weeping Blood Halberd wouldn't be easy to break through. Moreover, Zhuowen had 2 types of earth fire in his hands. It was completely possible for him to retreat and defend as he pleased. He Hua took a step forward and swung his right hand. The Weeping Blood Halberd in his hand was filled with a strong smell of blood. He directly threw it toward Zhuowen. Chi! However, the moment the Weeping Blood Halberd was within 10 feet of Zhuowen, the 9 Heavens Thunder Blazing Flame immediately transformed into a thick curtain of fire, instantly blocking the Weeping Blood Halberd outside the curtain of fire. At the same time, the 3,000 Jade Lotus Flames that had been accumulating power shot out like a poisonous snake at a tricky angle, ruthlessly rushing towards He Hua. Humph! Looking at the 3,000 Blue Lotus Flame that was approaching, He Hua coldly snorted. He withdrew his right hand and held the Weeping Blood Halberd horizontally in front of him. Clang! The green fire lotus violently collided with the Weeping Blood Halberd. The scorching heat almost caused the air to distort. Heihua let out a muffled groan and violently retreated 7 or 8 steps. Looking at the retreating Heihua, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. He suddenly flapped his lightning snake wings and directly turned into a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was within 5 steps of Heihua. 9 will burning sky array open for me. His right palm suddenly slammed on the ground. With Zhuowen as the center, the area dozens of feet around him turned into a raging sea of fire. The 9 heavens thunder inferno flame, and the 3,000 blue lotus flame intertwined and instantly surrounded Zhuowen and Heihua in a sea of fire. Is this a restriction array? The sudden change caused Heihua to frown slightly. He coldly stared at Zhuowen in front of him and said, "This is the 9-wheel burning sky array. It is a formation that is formed by 2 types of earth flames. Its power is enough to trap an ordinary ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Within this formation, you will be continuously attacked by the 2 types of earth flames until you die of exhaustion. Therefore, if you don't want to die, you'd better surrender." Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness as he spoke indifferently. Surrender? These 2 words have never existed in my dictionary. Since you want to trap me, I won't let you do as you wish. As long as I kill you, this formation will collapse. Heihua suddenly took a step forward and charged directly at Zhuowen with his halberd in hand. Boom! However, just as Heihua was about to reach Zhuowen, the boundless sea of fire suddenly transformed into flaming chains that violently wrapped around Heihua. Heihua couldn't even get close to Zhuowen. Heihua has been trapped. Zhuowen's formation is truly powerful. Within this formation, even Heihua can't do anything to Zhuowen. Ouyang Yuntu immediately laughed heartily. Although the sea of fire blocked their vision, Ouyang Yuntu and the others were all ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Naturally, they could see everything that was happening within. Lord Father, is Brother Zhuowen going to win? Ouyang Hanchuan's eyes lit up when he saw Ouyang Yuntu's expression. He was rather expectant as he asked. He hasn't won yet. However, Zhuowen's formation is truly powerful. If Heihua doesn't have any powerful tricks up his sleeves, then Zhuowen should win this round. Qiu Chao's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. On the other hand, Lu Fan and the others' expressions were rather ugly and depressed. Zhuowen's possession of 2 types of earth fire had already surprised them. However, this strange flame formation that Zhuowen had suddenly revealed was even more unexpected. How does Zhuowen have so many trump cards? First, he has 2 types of earth fire. Now, he's even using this strange and powerful flame formation. This guy. Lu Fan's expression was rather ugly as he spoke with uncertainty. Lord Father, do you think Heihua will lose? Lu Tan asked cautiously. I don't know either. However, Heihua shouldn't be defeated so easily. Heihua really didn't disappoint me. He's actually willing to use his essence blood to increase the power of the Weeping Blood Halberd. Lu Fan was just about to say something when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His gaze immediately shifted to the sea of fire in front of him. He saw that the surging sea of fire was actually still violently fluctuating at this moment. Subsequently, a blood-colored pillar of light suddenly burst out from the center of the sea of fire. It shot straight into the sky as if it was piercing through the heavens. This is? The power of the Weeping Blood Halberd in Heihua's hand has increased again? How is this possible? Isn't the Weeping Blood Halberd's power now at the level of an earthly soul treasure? Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou could not help but exclaim when they saw the strange changes in the sea of fire. The appearance of the blood-colored pillar immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at the blood-colored pillar that was about to pierce through the heavens. They could feel the destructive power contained within the blood-colored pillar. Within the sea of fire, Heihua's entire body was currently wrapped in a dense blood-colored aura. The scarlet color in his eyes became even more intense. The weeping blood halberd in his right hand became even more blood-red, as if it was about to drip blood. Zhuowen, I really did not expect that you would actually force me to this extent, forcing me to consume another 10 years of my lifespan to use the second form of the weeping blood halberd. This is enough to show that you are indeed very strong. However, the final winner will still be me. As he spoke, the blood-colored aura around Heihua's body suddenly surged out. It wrapped around the former like a bubble, and the flaming chains that were binding him actually began to break apart at this moment. Is a formation formed by 2 types of earthly fire that awesome? Break for this daddy right now. Heihua fiercely took a step forward as countless blood-colored auras wrapped around him. He directly stabbed at the surrounding curtain of fire. The blood-colored aura had already reached its peak at this moment. In the end, it was like a meat grinder that turned the surrounding curtain of fire into powder. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. Subsequently, the 9 wheels burning heavens array actually showed signs of collapsing under the impact of Heihua's brute force. The power of the weeping blood halberd in this guy's hand has increased again. The 9 wheels burning heavens array with 2 types of earthly fire can no longer trap him. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He took a step forward and directly left the area of the 9-wheel burning sky array. Not long after he stepped out, the endless sea of flames immediately collapsed inch by inch. Soon after, a blood-colored figure was revealed, standing perfectly straight in the middle of the sea of flames like a demon god. It was actually broken? This Heihua is actually this strong? Ouyang Yuntu muttered to himself in disbelief. It should be said that the weeping blood halberd in Heihua's hand is simply too terrifying. With the help of the weeping blood halberd, Heihua should be invincible under the ultimate emperor realm. Qiu Chao's brows slowly furrowed. On the other hand, Ouyang Hanxian and the others' brows were filled with worry. The strength that Heihua had displayed was simply too terrifying. Even they had the misconception that they were unable to resist. Zhuowen, your formation has already been broken by me. You shouldn't have any more tricks up your sleeve, right? You'd better admit defeat. Otherwise, I won't be able to control the bloodlust in my heart right now. Heihua's eyes were blood-red and cold as countless blood-colored auras surrounded his body. He slowly walked towards Zhuowen. Admit defeat? I'm sorry, but that word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Since 2 types of earthly fire won't work, what about 3? Don't tell me you can still withstand the combined attack of 3 types of earthly fire? With a cold smile, Zhuowen suddenly stomped his foot. A star-like flame suddenly rose behind Zhuowen's back. It actually shone together with the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame and the 3,000 jade lotus flame in his hands. Chapter 313. Entering the 9 extreme emperor origin pool. When the 3 dreamlike earth flames appeared on Zhuowen's body at the same time, the entire arena fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by the 3 earth flames revolving around Zhuowen's body. There's actually another earth flame? What's going on with Zhuowen? How can he have 3 earth flames at the same time? Lu Fan's mouth was slightly agape as he stared blankly at Zhuowen's figure. Even Ouyang Yuntu, Qiu Chou, and the others fell into a daze. They did not expect Zhuowen to be able to summon 3 extremely powerful earth flames at once. Heihua, I'll let you experience the power of the 9 wheels burning sky array formed by 3 earth flames. This is the first time I've used 3 earth flames to form the 9 wheels burning sky array after obtaining the 3rd earth flame, the star flaming flame. It's your honor to be defeated by this array. With a hint of madness in his eyes, Zhuowen suddenly slapped the ground. 3 blazing earth flames flew out from the surface of Zhuowen's body and intertwined in the air like lightning. The 3 earth flames, green, blue, and purple like stars, mixed together to form a huge and dazzling array. Boom! In the blink of an eye, with Zhuowen as the center, the 3 earth flames formed a sky-piercing firestorm that enveloped an area of several dozen feet. Heihua's face suddenly changed. The speed of the 3-colored firestorm had reached an extreme level. In an instant it appeared in front of him. It only needed a breath's time to envelop him. Damn it! Break for me! With a furious roar, Heihua raised his right hand. The weeping blood halberd carried a boundless amount of blood chi as it blasted towards the huge firestorm in front of him. Boom! 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 A huge tremor that seemed to shake the heavens and earth resounded throughout the entire platform. Some of the weaker martial artists who were watching from a distance could not help but fall to the ground unsteadily. Endless waves of chi swept out in all directions like a tsunami. The aftershocks of the collision between the weeping blood halberd and the firestorm were like sharp blades that spread out in all directions. Even the aftershocks of the battle are so powerful. The battle between these two has already far surpassed that of an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm warrior. I'm afraid it's already comparable to an Ultimate Emperor Realm warrior. Chiu Chao's gaze was rather serious. He spread his hands out to both sides and a powerful yuan power surged out. It formed a transparent barrier in front of him, blocking the aftershocks of the aftershock. On the other side, Lu Fan also unleashed a powerful yuan power, forming a yuan power barrier in front of him, blocking all the energy ripples that spread out. So powerful! Is this a battle between half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm warriors? How can it be so powerful? Lu Tan and Lu Ying, who were standing behind Lu Fan, stared blankly at the weeping blood halberd and the flaming storm that had erupted from the collision in the air. Their eyes were filled with intense shock and disbelief. Lu Tan himself was a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm warrior. However, after witnessing the intense battle between Zhuowen and Heihua, he was deeply shocked. As a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm warrior, he suddenly felt that the gap between him and Heihua and Zhuowen was enormous. Ouyang Hanxian, Ouyang Ruoli, and Ouyang Lushui, who were on Ouyang Yuntu's side, were similarly shocked. The three of them could be considered geniuses of the City Lord's mansion. However, after witnessing the earth-shattering battle between Zhuowen and Heihua, the shock in their hearts had reached an extreme level. I really didn't expect that Zhuowen, who we thought was the weakest, would actually be so powerful. We were really frogs in a well, Ouyang Hanxian said with a bitter smile. Ouyang Ruoli and Ouyang Lushui nodded in agreement. Their gazes towards Zhuowen's back had faintly changed. Break! 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 Break for me! At this moment, Heihua was like a madman. Yuan power poured into the weeping blood halberd without any regard for his life. In an instant, the weeping blood halberd actually showed signs of swelling. Break your sister! I'll directly finish you off. Zhuowen also didn't expect Heihua to be so difficult to deal with. With a furious roar, the 81 strands of mental energy in his Naiwan palace instantly condensed into needle-like shape. With a swoosh, they struck the weeping blood halberd. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Subsequently, the weeping blood halberd actually shifted a certain distance under the effect of mental energy. At this moment, the originally ferocious firestorm violently surged out. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly resounded in everyone's ears, following which, traces of cracks actually began to appear on the surface of the weeping blood halberd, which was as sturdy as iron. In the end it completely shattered with a bang. Looking at the nearly shattered weeping blood halberd, Heihua's pupils practically shrunk to the size of a needle. His blood-red eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually directly stunned on the spot. He simply didn't notice that the firestorm was about to descend on his body. Just as the firestorm was about to bombard Heihua's body, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of the firestorm. This figure lightly waved his arm, and a powerful yuan power that caused the entire space to tremble violently surged out. Subsequently, it casually tore the firestorm into nothingness. With the firestorm broken, Zhuowen only felt a sweet taste in his throat. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With a muffled groan, he retreated a dozen steps. His gaze was filled with fear as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. This figure was the settlement city's city lord, Lu Fan. Lu Fan was indeed an ultimate two-wheel emperor realm expert. A casual wave of his hand was actually able to break apart his 9-wheel burning heavens array. Lu Fan. What is the meaning of this? This is a fight between two juniors. Why are you interfering? Ouyang Yuntu suddenly took a step forward and coldly stared at Lu Fan, who was supporting the somewhat sluggish He Hua. Humph. If this old man hadn't intervened, I'm afraid that the firestorm would have been enough to tear He Hua to shreds. Lu Fan also stared coldly at Ouyang Yuntu. Soon after, he took out a semicircular jade tablet from his bosom and tossed it to Ouyang Yuntu. We've lost this fight. This half of the key is for you. After receiving the semicircular jade tablet, Ouyang Yuntu carefully examined it. Only then did his expression soften slightly. Soon after, he walked to Zhuowen's side and asked with concern, "Zhuowen, are you all right? That old bastard Lu Fan didn't hurt you just now, did he?" Slightly shaking his head, Zhuowen's gaze was rather complicated as he looked at the somewhat sluggish He Hua, who was being supported by Lu Fan. Even Zhuowen had to admit that He Hua's strength was indeed very valiant. If it weren't for the 9-wheel burning sky array, Zhuowen might not have been He Hua's opponent. After handing He Hua to Lu Tan and the rest, Lu Fan once again turned his head and looked deeply at Zhuowen. Soon after, he loudly said, "City Lord Ouyang, the reason why you were able to win this time was all because of this Zhuowen. If it weren't for this Zhuowen, your Broken Rock City wouldn't even have had a chance." After saying this, although Lu Fan was somewhat unwilling, he still kept his word. With a wave of his hand, he led his troops and left the blood-colored swamp. Once Lu Fan and the rest left, the troops of Broken Rock City immediately cheered. Everyone's eyes were bright as they stared at Zhuowen's back. They knew that this victory was all because of this youth in front of them. Moreover, this youth had won against 3 opponents by himself. This kind of terrifying battle record was enough to make many people look up to him. Haha! Zhuowen, the victory of this competition is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that our Broken Rock City would have lost. This time, this old man owes you a favor. Turning around, Ouyang Yuntu solemnly cupped his hands and sincerely said to Zhuowen. Originally, Ouyang Yuntu wanted Zhuowen to owe him a favor. However, the current situation was reversed. Instead, it was him who owed Zhuowen a favor. This made Ouyang Yuntu feel rather strange. City Lord Ouyang, there's no need for this. After all, I have a spot in the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool this time. It's only natural for me to do my best. Zhuowen repeatedly waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, "Brother Zhuowen, you really hid your strength well. I didn't expect that you would still be able to fight against 3 opponents by yourself and turn the tide in the battle royale. I, Ouyang Hanxian, can't help but admire you." Ouyang Hanxuan's face was filled with a grateful smile as he said to Zhuowen, "This battle was really all thanks to Brother Zhuowen." Ouyang Ruoli also echoed. As for Ouyang Lushui, she stared straight at Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated expression. She also didn't expect that the youth that she hated at the beginning would actually help their Broken Rock City win the rights to the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool. Zhuowen was a little overwhelmed by Ouyang Hanxian and the others' enthusiastic attitudes for a moment. Fortunately, this situation didn't last for long. Ouyang Yuntu loudly said, "Only 3 people can enter the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool. Therefore, Hanxian, Roli and Zhuowen, after this old man and Senior Chiu open the seal, you must properly grasp this opportunity." When Ouyang Yuntu said this, Ouyang Hanxian, Ouyang Roli and Zhuowen all nodded solemnly. The depths of their eyes were filled with longing. After all, the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool was formed from 3 drops of essence blood of a 9-wheel Emperor stage expert. It was undeniably beneficial to the 3 of them. After speaking, Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Cho looked at each other. Each of them held a semicircular jade tablet. Both of their hands abruptly formed a somewhat complicated seal. After that, the two of them suddenly threw the semicircular jade tablets in their hands. The two jade tablets combined in midair and turned into a circular jade tablet. Once the circular jade tablet was formed, it directly imprinted on the seal above the 9 extreme royal origin pool in the corner. Soon after, it rapidly rotated and finally formed a whirlpool that was as tall as a person. As soon as the channel formed, Ouyang Yuntu directly shouted to Zhuowen and the others behind him, "The three of you should hurry up and enter. This circular channel can only be maintained for 1 day. Therefore, the three of you only have 1 day to absorb the energy within the 9 extreme royal origin pool." Hearing this, Ouyang Hanxian, Zhuowen and Ouyang Ruoli all took a step forward and directly flew into the circular channel, entering the pool on the other side of the seal. With the 9 extreme royal origin pool, this child Hanxian should be able to advance to the ultimate emperor stage within a year. At that time, he will be able to prepare for the Origin Chi Tower battle in a year's time. Looking at the 3 people entering the channel, Ouyang Yuntu slightly opened his mouth and muttered, "Hee. Don't forget about Zhuowen. With the terrifying battle prowess that little guy has displayed, if he can advance to the half-step ultimate emperor stage, I'm afraid his battle prowess will be comparable to an ordinary ultimate emperor stage expert," Chiu Cho said with a slight smile. Chapter 3:14. Breaking through to the Heavenly King realm. After passing through the restriction, the 3 of them appeared in front of the 9 extreme royal origin pool. As they stared at the golden pool in front of them, the 3 of them could clearly feel the enormous energy emitted from the pool. As expected of the 9 extreme royal origin pool, just the energy emitted from it is already so dense. Zhuowen couldn't help but smack his lips as he felt the dense energy around him. After all, the 9 extreme royal origin pool is formed from the blood essence of a supreme expert like the ultimate emperor realm. Although there are only 3 drops, the energy is still surging. What's even rarer is that because this pool is formed from the blood essence of a ultimate emperor realm expert, it contains the power of heaven and earth. It can greatly increase our chances of advancing to the ultimate emperor realm. Ouyang Hanxian revealed a refined smile on his face as he introduced the 9 extreme royal origin pool to Zhuowen in detail. Zhuowen nodded upon hearing this. There was an essential difference between an ultimate emperor realm expert and a heavenly king realm expert. This was because an ultimate emperor realm expert already had the ability to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. They could use the power of heaven and earth to display all kinds of magical powers. This was also the most fundamental reason why an ultimate emperor realm expert could crush a cultivator below the ultimate emperor realm. Once a cultivator's strength reached the ultimate emperor realm, it would undergo a qualitative transformation. At the same time, they would be considered as the pinnacle experts in the Qing Xian Empire. I heard from my father that the 9 extreme royal origin pool is very deep. The deeper we go, the colder the cold energy becomes. With our strength, it will be difficult to withstand it. So, it's best not to go too deep. You guys should also be careful. I'll go in first," Ouyang Hanxian said as he stared at the 9 extreme royal origin pool below with a fiery gaze. Then, Yuan energy spread throughout his body, and he dived into the pool without hesitation. Ouyang Ruoli was not to be outdone. She smiled gently at Zhuowen. Then, with a light step, she jumped into the pool. Zhuowen smiled and jumped into the pool at a fast speed. The moment he entered the pool, Zhuowen could clearly feel the surging energy from the pool water surging into his body. The degree of the surging energy had far exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. It's really rich in energy. I'm afraid that cultivating in this 9 extreme royal origin pool for 3 days is no less than cultivating for 3 years. This efficiency is really terrifying. Zhuowen could not help but speak to himself in a comfortable manner as he felt the energy continuously pouring into his body. Brat. The energy in the 9 extreme royal origin pool isn't endless. With the absorption speed of the 3 of you, I'm afraid there won't be much energy left in the pool after 3 days. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Yes. I need to absorb the energy as soon as possible. Nodding his head, Zhuowen floated in the pool water and entered into a state of cultivation. At the same time, the acupuncture points all over his body were opened wide. A surging suction force was generated from these acupuncture points. The energy in the pool water was directly sucked into the meridians through the acupuncture points and into Zhuowen's dantian along the meridians. As the energy continued to flow into his body, the aura in Zhuowen's body also became more and more terrifying. Half a day later, a cracking sound suddenly came from Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura underwent a qualitative change. Oh? In just half a day, he has directly advanced to the perfect earthly king stage. It seems like the 9 extreme royal origin pool is really effective. At this speed, this brat should be able to advance to the heavenly king stage in 2 days. In the sea of consciousness, Xiao Hei could also feel the changes in Zhuowen's body. She couldn't help but mutter to herself in a low voice. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days of absorption, the golden pool water in the 9 extreme royal origin pool had become increasingly dim. Obviously, there wasn't much energy left in it. Slowly opening his eyes, Ouyang Hanxuan's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He muttered to himself, "It really is worthy of being called the 9 extreme royal origin pool. Regardless of whether it is the enormous energy within it or the markings of the natural forces contained within it, they all have unimaginable benefits to me. I can feel that I will definitely be able to advance to the ultimate emperor stage within a year." Then congratulations, Big Brother Hanxian. If you can reach the ultimate emperor stage within a year, I'm afraid you will have a great chance of entering the top 100 in the Origin Qi Tower. Ouyang Ruoli, who was not far from Ouyang Hanxian, also opened her eyes. After hearing Ouyang Hanxuan's words, she smiled and said, "Haha, Sister Ruoli isn't bad either. Looks like you have also gained a lot of benefits in the 9 extreme royal origin pool over the past 2 days. I'm afraid you will soon reach the half-step ultimate emperor stage," Ouyang Hanxian said to Ouyang Ruoli with a carefree smile. Boom. At this moment, an enormous aura suddenly burst out from not far away from the pool. It startled Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli so much that they couldn't help but focus their attention on the source of the aura. Looks like Brother Zhuowen is about to make a breakthrough. Ouyang Ruoli looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away from the two of them, in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. That's right. Brother Zhuowen can be considered a genius. With the strength of the advanced Earth King stage and the perfect third-grade mental energy, he can actually display strength that is not weaker than a peak half-step ultimate emperor stage expert. I'm afraid that after breaking through to the Heavenly King stage, Brother Zhuowen's strength will become even more terrifying. Looking at the surging aura of Zhuowen, Ouyang Hanxuan's eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Zhuowen's performance in the battle for the 9 extreme royal origin pool was simply too amazing. Even he couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, an endless whirlpool surrounded Zhuowen's body. It was caused by his own powerful suction force. Waves of surging origin qi poured into Zhuowen's body from the pool water. The latter's aura was like a towering mountain as it violently grew. Boom, boom, boom. When this aura reached its peak, the surrounding air suddenly boiled and countless pools of water exploded continuously. At this moment, Zhuowen opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy. I've finally broken through to the Heavenly King stage. I only need a little time to consolidate and I'll be able to smoothly enter the initial Heavenly King stage. Zhuowen smiled and said to himself in a carefree manner, "The benefits of the 9 extreme royal origin pool are not limited to just this. This pool water contains the blood essence of an ultimate 9 extreme emperor stage expert. The blood essence contains many power of heaven and earth runes. These runes will be of great help to you in breaking through to the ultimate emperor stage. As Ouyang Yuntu said, You can at least reach the half-step Ultimate Emperor stage within a year. Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded happily. While absorbing the energy of the 9 extreme royal origin pool, Zhuowen could also feel the power of heaven and earth runes contained in it. These runes were indeed of unimaginable benefit to experts who had yet to reach the ultimate emperor stage. In the past, Zhuowen might not have been confident that he could reach the half-step ultimate emperor realm from the Earth King realm within a year. But now, there was a high chance that he could do so. If there were some fortuitous encounters along the way, Zhuowen might even be able to reach the ultimate emperor realm. Brother Zhuowen, congratulations on successfully advancing to the Heavenly King stage. Just as Zhuowen was lost in thought, Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli had already arrived in front of Zhuowen. They cupped their hands and said sincerely, "This is also thanks to the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. Looking at the happy faces of the two of you, it is obvious that you have obtained a lot of benefits from it." Zhuowen could feel the joy on the faces of Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Hanxian as he replied with a smile. "Yes. The effect of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool is indeed heaven-defying. I can feel that I'm not far from breaking through," Ouyang Hanxian said with a carefree smile. Hearing Ouyang Hanxuan's words, Zhuowen was not surprised at all. After all, Ouyang Hanxian was a genuine half-step Ultimate Emperor stage expert. He was not far from the Ultimate Emperor stage. The power of heaven and earth runes in the pool would be of great help to Ouyang Hanxian. Ouyang Hanxian only needed to go back and properly cultivate and comprehend. He would definitely be able to advance within a year. Although only 2.5 days have passed, the energy of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool has been completely absorbed by us. We can leave now, Ouyang Hanxian said with a faint smile as he gently stirred the somewhat transparent pool water. "Yes, Big Brother is right. We don't need to stay here for long. Let's leave now." Ouyang Ruoli nodded in agreement. Just as Zhuowen was about to nod in agreement, Xiao Hei suddenly spoke in his mind, causing Zhuowen's figure to stop. "Boy, don't go yet. I'm afraid there's something good under the pool water. The energy of the pool water has been completely exhausted. What good things can there be in it?" Zhuowen muttered in his heart with a slight frown. "You still don't believe in this Dragon Lord's consciousness? Let those 2 little guys leave first. We'll enter the pool water to investigate," Xiao Hei continued. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said in his heart, "All right." While discussing with Xiao Hei in his heart, Zhuowen said to Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli in front, "Brother Hanxian, Sister Ruoli, I've just advanced to the Heavenly King stage and want to consolidate my cultivation inside. So, the 2 of you can leave first." Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, who were about to leave, glanced at Zhuowen suspiciously when they heard this. However, Zhuowen's reason was reasonable, so the 2 of them didn't have any doubts. After exhorting a few words to Zhuowen, they left the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. After confirming that Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli had left, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief and said in his heart, "Do you know the location of that thing? I can vaguely sense it. This is only after you've completely absorbed the energy of the 9 Extreme Royal Origin Pool. Before this, I didn't sense it at all. Enter the pool water now. When the time comes, I'll show you the location." Xiao Hei's voice was lazy. Chapter 3:15. Black Water Python. The bottom of the pool wasn't as narrow as the top of the pool. Instead, it was rather spacious. The further down he went, the wider the pool became. Hence, Zhuowen's field of vision also became wider. The pool was very deep. Zhuowen had already been diving for almost 2 hours, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. However, he realized that the rock walls on both sides of the pool weren't as flat as before. Instead, they were filled with potholes. There were also many extremely deep caves. Most of these caves had creatures living in them. However, these creatures weren't very strong, so Zhuowen didn't mind them. The 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool occupies such a small area, but the bottom of the pool is a completely different world. Xiao He, how far are we from that thing that you mentioned? Zhuowen didn't forget to talk to the creature in his mind as he dived deeper. We're very close. However, I sensed a rather powerful aura from that place. That wave should belong to a powerful meta-beast. At that moment, there was no one around Zhuowen. Blackie simply revealed its soul body and attached itself to Zhuowen's shoulder. Oh? There's a meta-beast guarding it? How strong is that meta-beast? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked. Hee. That meta-beast is pretty strong. Its strength should not be weaker than an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. However, that meta-beast is a creature that lives at the bottom of the pool after all. It has the geographical advantage. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with, Xiao He chuckled. A meta-beast comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Looks like I have to be careful. Zhuowen became even more cautious when he heard that. Zhuowen really didn't take an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Yuan beast seriously. However, he was at the bottom of the pool after all. The environment wasn't conducive for him to fight, so he probably wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage if he encountered the Yuan beast. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, stop. If this Dragon Lord's senses aren't wrong, that thing should be in that cave. After diving for nearly 300 feet, Xiao He's eyes immediately flashed with a glint. Following which, it pointed with its little claw and pointed at an inconspicuous cave on the right. Looking carefully, Zhuowen found that the entrance of the cave was very narrow. It was only half the height of a person. If he wanted to enter the cave, he would have to bend down. This cave is really small? If he wanted to enter, he would have to squeeze his way in. At that time, it would be difficult for him to move his limbs. At that time, if we encounter that Yuan beast, we will probably be beaten up. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the narrow entrance of the cave. Don't worry. That Yuan beast has already sensed your arrival. It should be out soon. Xiao He sneered as it stared into the depths of the cave on his shoulder. Indeed, just as Xiao He finished speaking, 2 cold lights suddenly appeared from the depths of the cave. They quickly rushed towards Zhuowen and rushed out of the cave in an instant. What appeared in front of Zhuowen was a huge black python that was dozens of feet long. Its body was as thick as a water bucket and its black scales contained a cold light. Only now did Zhuowen see that the 2 cold lights were the eyes of the huge black python. So it's a black python. Moreover, it's a mature black python. With such a huge body, its strength is indeed not weaker than an ordinary ultimate emperor. Looking at the black python in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He summoned the boundless sword aura to protect his body. Roar. The black python roared as its eyes were filled with a cold light. Then, like a sharp arrow, it suddenly shot towards Zhuowen at lightning speed. Bang! Before Zhuowen could react, the black python's tail viciously lashed at the boundless sword aura on the surface of Zhuowen's body like a whip. The huge force immediately sent Zhuowen flying. My speed in the water is indeed slow. I can't keep up with the black python's figure at all. Zhuowenkai stomped on a rock wall and barely managed to stop himself. He looked at the black water python with a solemn expression. Kid, this black python's speed in the water is extremely terrifying. You're just courting death if you try to compete with it. You have the Earth-rank frost chi on your body. When the black python gets close to you, immediately release the frost chi and freeze everything within 100 feet. At that time, the black python won't have the advantage of speed and will be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Xiao He said solemnly. Zhuowen's face lit up with joy when he heard this. He hadn't thought of this method at first. Roar. Seeing that its attack had no effect, the black python swung its tail. Like a bolt of black lightning, it once again rushed toward Zhuowen. When the black python was within 100 feet of Zhuowen, Xiao He suddenly shouted, Now's the time. Release the frost chi. Zhuowen's movements were not slow. With a squeeze of his right hand, the Ice Saint rune on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. Then, a blue crystal suddenly appeared in his palm. This blue crystal was the core of the Frost Chi. Freeze them all. With a thought, the blue crystal immediately released an endless amount of cold air. With Zhuowen as the center, the edge of 100 feet radius completely solidified into a circular spirit boundary, trapping the man and the snake within it. The black water python also didn't expect this sudden change. With a hiss, it actually slammed into the frost boundary at the edge. However, the extreme cold ice was after all an extremely powerful cold chi. The frost boundary formed by it wasn't that easy to destroy. I've finally trapped you. It's time to get rid of you directly. He rubbed his fists, and his arms turned a glassy color. This was the effect of activating the 6th level of the Jadestone Body Tempering Manual. His physical body was now comparable to an ordinary half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Moreover, Zhuowen's strength had already broken through to the Heavenly King realm. His true strength was even more terrifying than before. Now, he didn't fear the black python at all. Whoosh! Zhuowen's foot kicked off the hard boundary of the Frost Chi. His speed soared to the extreme as he charged toward the black python. Roar! Although the black python was a origin beast, its intelligence wasn't low. After failing to break through the Frost Chi, it knew that this boundary must have something to do with the human cultivator. Furthermore, when the black water python saw that the human cultivator was not afraid of it and was instead rushing towards his death, it became even more enraged. With a hiss, it roared and aggressively opened its bloody mouth to bite Zhuowen. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen and the black python collided. Zhuowen twisted his waist and dodged the black python's pouncing attack. Then, he turned his body sideways and his right foot made a 360-degree rotation. He kicked the black python's huge head fiercely. Due to Zhuowen's powerful strength and tough body, Zhuowen's kick caused the blackwater python to fall headfirst into the barrier. The scales on its head also cracked, and blood flowed out. It was clear how powerful Zhuowen's kick was. Roar! The black water python let out a sorrowful cry, a trace of fear appearing in its originally fierce eyes. With its intelligence, it really couldn't figure out how this human martial artist in front of it could have such a freakish and powerful body. Zhuowen didn't give the black water python any chance to escape. His entire body emitted a somewhat dazzling colored glaze. Then, he suddenly dropped down and smashed his steel-like knee on the black water python's head. Poochie! The black python's head split open like a watermelon. Red and white viscous matter splattered all over the ground. Boom! The black python fell to the ground with a loud bang. It couldn't be more dead. Brat! Take out the Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear. After dealing with the black water python, Blacka walked over to Zhuowen and lazily said, as it spread out its little paws, "The Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear has already been broken into two by Heihua. Why take it out?" Zhuowen frowned and asked in confusion. "What a pig brain! The Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear is refined from the Moon Demon Dragon's spine. The Moon Demon Dragon is known for its strong vitality. Although your Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear has been broken into two, if you feed it with the blood of a powerful origin beast, it will naturally recover slowly." Xiao He rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and said snappily. Hearing this, Zhuowen's face lit up with joy. He straightforwardly handed over the broken Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear. He was already used to using the Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear. He couldn't bear to give it up just like that. Furthermore, the Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear had the potential to evolve into a high-grade soul treasure. Zhuowen couldn't bear to part with such a soul treasure with the potential to evolve. After receiving the Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear, Xiao He extended her other little claw and pierced it into the black water python's weak spot. Not long after, she pulled out a golden spine. It was the black water python's spine. The essence of a meta beast's blood is stored in its spine. This black water python isn't far from the ultimate emperor realm. The most crucial part of its spine has already transformed into a golden color. The essence blood inside should be enough to repair the moon demon dragon's spine spear. Looking at the golden spine in her hand, Xiao He revealed a satisfied expression. She then waved her little claw and an ink-black flame burst out from her claw and enveloped the golden spine. The temperature of the black flame was extremely high. In less than half an incense stick's time, the golden spine was melted into 5 drops of golden blood. Under Xiao He's control, the 5 drops of golden blood were absorbed into the moon demon dragon's spine spear. A strange phenomenon occurred. After the moon demon dragon's spine spear swallowed the 5 drops of golden blood, it began to heal on its own. In less than 15 minutes, the moon demon dragon's spine spear, which had been broken into 2, was restored to its original state. Buzz. A loud buzzing sound rang out. Then, the moon demon dragon's spine spear shot into Zhuowen's hand. Looking at the demon moon dragon's spine spear in his hand that had been restored to its original state, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. The hand that was holding the spear involuntarily tightened. Chapter 3:16. Flame Rock. Zhuowen looked at Xiao He as he stroked the moon demon dragon's spine spear in his hand and asked seriously, "You said that the moon demon dragon's spine spear can be upgraded by absorbing the essence blood of origin beasts. If you want to upgrade it to a high-grade soul treasure, how many essence blood of ultimate emperor realm origin beasts do you need?" "Oh? You plan to upgrade the moon demon dragon's spine spear to a high-grade soul treasure?" Xiao He raised her brows and asked with a smile. "Yes. The moon demon dragon's spine spear is only a mid-grade soul treasure. However, if it is paired with the moon demon's secret manual, it can unleash the power of a high-grade soul treasure. If you can upgrade it to a high-grade soul treasure and pair it with the moon demon's secret manual, won't its power be comparable to an earthly soul treasure?" Zhuowen nodded slightly as he spoke in a fanatical manner. "That may be the case, but upgrading the moon demon dragon's spine spear to a high-grade soul treasure is not that easy. To tell you the truth, I'll need at least 100 Ultimate Emperor Realm Soul Beasts or 1 Ultimate Emperor Realm Soul Beast's blood essence to upgrade the moon demon dragon's spine spear's grade." Blackie shrugged. Zhuowen's pupils shrank when he heard this. He sucked in a breath of cold air and could not help but curse. F***ck. 100 origin beasts comparable to a half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator? Aren't there too many of them? Do you think half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm origin beasts are everywhere? You can also choose an Ultimate Emperor Realm origin beast. After all, this blood-colored swamp is one of the most dangerous places in Broken Rock City. There must be an Ultimate Emperor level origin beast inside, Xiao He said in a gloating manner. I'll choose the first option then. Zhuowen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was well aware of how terrifying an Ultimate Emperor Realm origin beast was. Choosing an Ultimate Emperor Realm origin beast was simply courting death. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's enter the cave and look around. I can feel that the things hidden in this cave are definitely not bad. Xiao He waved her hand. She did not wish to linger on this topic any longer. She turned her gaze towards the deep cave in front of her. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with eagerness. He nodded and directly entered the cave. The cave was extremely narrow and Zhuowen could only slowly move in. After half an incense stick's worth of time, he finally reached the end of the cave. However, the end of the cave was completely empty. The only thing that caught Zhuowen's attention was that there was a groove at the bottom of the cave. A fiery red ore was embedded in the groove. Xiao He, don't tell me that the good thing you are talking about is this fiery red ore? With a slight frown, Zhuowen could not help but point at the red ore in front of him. At this moment, a glint flashed across Xiao He's eyes. He laughed out loud and said, "It is indeed a flame stone. I did not expect to encounter such a precious material at the bottom of the pool." "Flame stone? Is this really a flame stone?" When he heard Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. His expression could not help but change as he cried out in surprise. The flame stone was a fire attribute top-quality puppet material. Zhuowen had once seen it in the 10,000 derivation scripture. It was said that this flame stone was a rare material even in the ancient times. If the flame stone was refined into a puppet, not only would it greatly increase the puppet's strength, it would also allow the puppet's attacks to be imbued with a terrifying fire attribute destructive power. Kid, if you refine this flame stone into your reverse spirit puppet, your puppet's strength will increase by another level. It should be able to reach the ultimate emperor stage, Xiao Hei said with a smile. Lightly nodding his head, Zhuowen was also very excited. Every reverse spirit puppet had the strength of an ultimate emperor stage expert. However, the reverse spirit puppet that Zhuowen had obtained back then was only a semi-finished product. It only had the strength of an Earth King stage expert. Afterwards, he had refined all the materials he had obtained in the ancient cave into the reverse spirit puppet. Only then was its strength forcefully raised to the peak of the Heavenly King stage. Now, this flame stone was a 1-in-a-million puppet material. If it was refined into a reverse spirit puppet, its strength would definitely increase by a large margin. It should not be a problem for it to break through to the ultimate emperor stage. If the reverse spirit puppet's strength can be raised to the ultimate emperor stage, it will probably be extremely useful to me in the Yuan Qi Tower battle a year later. Nodding his head, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. And, with a reverse spirit puppet with the strength of an ultimate emperor stage expert, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to obtain a top 100 ranking in the Yuan Qi Tower battle. However, if you want a better ranking, you'll have to rely on your own efforts. Xiao Hei nodded in agreement. I'm looking forward to the Yuan Qi Tower battle. After all, it can be said to be the grandest event in Muqin County in the past 100 years. However, there's still a year's time. I need to use this time to consolidate my cultivation. Half a day's time is almost up. I have to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the passage outside the restriction will close. As he spoke, Zhuowen stored the flame stone into his qiankuan bag. Then, his body stretched out and like a nimble fish, he directly swam towards the surface of the pool. Outside the restriction, Ouyang Yuntu, Qiu Chou, as well as Ouyang Hanxian and Ouyang Ruoli, who had just come out, were all frowning as they looked at the deep passage in front of them. The restriction outside the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool was very special. At the beginning, people outside could clearly see the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool. However, if a key was used to open the passage, the situation inside the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin pool would be concealed. What appeared in front of everyone was only a dark image. Although Ouyang Yuntu knew that Zhuowen was still inside, he couldn't see what was happening inside. 3 days' time is almost up. Why hasn't Zhuowen come out yet? If he doesn't come out soon, the passage will close by itself. At that time, it will be very difficult to come out. Ouyang Yuntu frowned slightly. Brother Zhuowen said that he wants to consolidate his cultivation and strength inside. It shouldn't take too long. He should be able to come out soon. Ouyang Hanxuan's face had a trace of anxiousness as he spoke with some doubt. He's out. Another hour passed. Qiu Chou, who was originally frowning, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. The few of them shot their gazes over when they heard this. Immediately, they discovered a figure slowly walking out from the deep passageway. The person who appeared at the entrance of the cave was a slender youth. It was Zhuowen, who had hurried back from the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool. Brother Zhuowen, why did you stay inside for so long? We almost thought that something had happened to you. Ouyang Hanxian smiled faintly as he looked at Zhuowen with some worry. When I was consolidating my cultivation, I spent some time. Fortunately, I didn't miss any time. Zhuowen smiled apologetically. He casually made up a reason to conceal the fact that he had obtained the flame stone. After all, the flame stone was a very famous top-grade material even in the ancient times. If Zhuowen were to speak carelessly, it was hard to guarantee that Ouyang Yuntu and the others would not be greedy. Ouyang Yuntu and the others did not have the slightest suspicion of Zhuowen. They only nodded slightly. Ouyang Yuntu then said to Zhuowen, "This time, the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool's ownership battle is all thanks to you, little friend Zhuowen. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that our Broken Rock City would not have obtained the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool. When we return, this city will have a good celebration. At that time, little friend Zhuowen must come and give us some face." That's right. Such a great opportunity is all thanks to Brother Zhuowen. When the time comes, Brother Zhuowen must come to the City Lord Mansion. Han Xian will definitely treat you well. Ouyang Han Xian also said enthusiastically. The others were also full of enthusiasm for Zhuowen. After witnessing Zhuowen's powerful performance in the battle for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool, coupled with the fact that he was a powerful mental energy genius, many people were full of admiration for Zhuowen. There's nothing else to do here. Now, let's return to Broken Rock City. Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou looked at each other. With the help of the powerful Yuan power in their bodies, they lifted everyone on the platform and left the blood-red swamp. Before leaving, Zhuowen couldn't help but look back at the blood-red swamp. After a period of time, he would return to the blood-red swamp again. After all, he needed to use the Origin Beast Essence Blood to raise the level of the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear. This time, he would return to consolidate his Heavenly King Stage cultivation and stabilize it at the initial level of the Heavenly King Stage. After returning to Broken Rock City, Ouyang Yuntu held a banquet in the City Lord Mansion. Many of the major forces in Broken Rock City were invited. For a moment, the entire City Lord Mansion became extraordinarily lively. The story of Zhuowen fighting against 3 opponents at the same time in the battle for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool was personally told by Ouyang Yuntu. In particular, it was said that among the 3 people sent by Ending City, there were 2 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Even with such a valiant lineup, Zhuowen was still able to achieve the glorious achievement of fighting 1 against 3. This caused the leaders of many great powers to click their tongues in wonder. At the same time, they became even more curious and admired the youth Zhuowen who they had never met before. To be able to achieve such a glorious result in both spiritual energy and martial Tao, this already showed how amazing and monstrous this young man, Zhuowen, was. As one of the 4 major clans in Broken Rock City, the Zhao clan was naturally invited. The one who came to participate in the banquet was the Zhao clan's ancestor, Zhao Qingtian, who had been taught a lesson by Qiu Chou. When Zhao Qingtian heard about Zhuowen's glorious results, his face instantly turned incomparably pale. He really didn't expect that the young man, who had struggled under his aura, would be so powerful now. 2 half-step Ultimate Emperor Realm experts were defeated by him. This Zhuowen must not be offended. I hope he won't remember our Zhao clan because of what happened back then. Zhao Qingtian secretly complained in his heart. He began to worry that Zhuowen would take revenge on their Zhao clan. Chapter 317. Entering the Blood Swamp again after the banquet at the City Lord Mansion ended, Zhuowen directly returned to Grandmaster Karaki's courtyard. After greeting Grandmaster Karaki, he directly entered his own loft. In the loft, Zhuowen stared at the fiery red crystal in his hand with bright eyes. He chuckled and said, "With this blaze stone, I can raise the strength of the reverse spirit puppet to the ultimate emperor stage within a month. When the time comes, I can try to use the reverse spirit puppet to kill an ultimate emperor stage Yuan beast." "You want to directly kill an ultimate emperor stage Yuan beast?" Xiao He suddenly appeared and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. "Killing 100 ultimate emperor realm soul beasts is far too slow. If this had been in the past, I would have had only one choice. But now that I have these blaze stones, my reverse spirit puppet strength has increased tremendously. I can definitely try to kill an ultimate emperor realm soul beast." If I'm lucky enough to kill one, I can quickly raise the level of the demon moon dragon's spine spear. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with strong confidence. You're right. However, an ultimate Emperor stage Yuan beast is extremely dangerous. You have to be careful when the time comes. However, your main task now is to raise the strength of the reverse spirit puppet. Xiao He nodded and said. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen patted his Qinquan bag and took out the middle-aged man's reverse spirit puppet. He muttered, the first step is to melt the blaze stone. However, the blaze stone is a famous material even in the ancient times. It won't be easy to melt it. Let's try it first. As he spoke, Zhuowen lightly stomped his foot. The 9 heavens thunder inferno burst out from his body and enveloped the blaze stone in his hand. Sizzle, sizzle. A soft sound rang out. Then, Zhuowen frowned as he realized that the blaze stone was not damaged at all by the 9 heavens thunder inferno. Looks like it's difficult to rely on just one type of earth fire to deal with the blaze stone. In that case, let's use the 9-wheel heaven burning cauldron and the 3 earth fires to see if it has any effect on this flame stone. Focusing his gaze, Zhuowen once again patted his Qinquan bag and took out a palm-sized, 3-legged cauldron. The moment the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron appeared, it expanded to a size of several zhang. At the same time, under the control of Zhuowen's mind, the 3 large fire vents simultaneously released an intense 3-colored earth fire. Under the effect of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, the 9 heavens thunder blazing flame, the star blazing flame, and the 3,000 green lotus flame forcibly formed a strange tricolored flame. The power of this tricolored flame far exceeded the level of the earth fire, and its temperature had also reached a terrifying level. CI. The moment the 3-colored flame appeared, the originally unmoving flame rock actually began to tremble. Soon after, it began to show signs of melting. Although the melting was still very slight, it was much better than the previous situation where there was no change at all. Looks like the 3-colored flame has some effect. Although the melting process is very slow, the flame rock is not large in size. It will naturally melt completely after a little more time. Looking at the changes in the flame rock, Zhuowen's eyes immediately glowed. Soon after, he focused on controlling the 3-colored flame and began to silently refine the flame rock. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Zhuowen had been controlling the 3-colored flame to refine the flame rock in the loft. During this process, he had not rested at all. Fortunately, Zhuowen cultivated an abnormal secret spirit skill like the 10,000 expansion scripture, and could maintain an abundance of mental energy for a long time. Finally, on the 15th day, the abnormally hard flame rock had completely melted into a thick liquid under the burning of the 3-colored flame. Phew! I have finally melted the flame rock into a liquid state. This thing is really hard. It actually took half a month to completely melt under the continuous burning of the 3 great earth fires. Gently wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Zhuowen looked at the red liquid floating in front of him, and said with a relaxed smile. After all, the flame rock is not something that an ordinary material can compare with. Now that you have refined the flame rock into a liquid state, you should also refine this flame rock liquid into the reverse spirit puppet. At that time, the reverse spirit puppet will really transform like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Xiao He looked at the red liquid in Zhuowen's hand with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Yes." Nodding lightly, Zhuowen did not say anything. Instead, he formed a few complicated seals with both hands. Then, according to the method provided by the 10,000 evolution scripture, in his mind, the flame rock liquid slowly seeped into the reverse spirit puppet's forehead. This process took almost 2 hours of Zhuowen's time before the flame rock liquid finally seeped into the center of the reverse spirit puppet's forehead. This center was equivalent to the human brain and was the most important part of the reverse spirit puppet. If it was destroyed, the reverse spirit puppet would be crippled. However, the reverse spirit puppet's body was abnormally hard. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to destroy it. Only a high-level ultimate Emperor Realm expert might be able to destroy the reverse spirit puppet's body. Next, continue to use the 3 earth fires to refine the reverse spirit puppet. Use the high temperature of the earth fires to perfectly fuse the flame rock liquid that has seeped into the puppet's core. Only in this way can the puppet's strength be raised to the limit. Xiao He instructed rather cautiously. Zhuowen did not hesitate. With a thought, he immediately ordered the 3 earth fires to continuously refine the reverse spirit puppet. Thus, time slowly passed in this somewhat boring process of refining the puppet. Another half a month passed. In the pavilion, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light burst out from the depths of his eyes as he laughed heartily. It's finally done. The reverse spirit puppet has finally advanced to the ultimate Emperor realm. Now that I have such a trump card, even if I encounter an ultimate Emperor realm expert, I won't be afraid. As he laughed, Zhuowen withdrew his right hand. The 3 earth fires floating in the air were all sucked into the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. The moment the 3 earth fires disappeared, an extremely oppressive aura suddenly burst out from the entire pavilion. The powerful aura even caused the surrounding air to boil. Boom, boom, boom. Endless astral winds spread out, directly crushing some of the tables and chairs in the pavilion into powder. Even Zhuowen could not help but take a dozen steps back. He barely managed to stop his body after taking a step. The astral winds slowly dissipated, and a slender and muscular figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The reverse spirit puppet's somewhat resolute face was filled with indifference, but when it looked at Zhuowen, its expression softened slightly. Then, it knelt on one knee in front of Zhuowen. Master. A somewhat ancient voice slowly came out from the reverse spirit puppet's mouth. Xiao He, this reverse spirit puppet can actually speak? Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked with some doubt. It should have a certain level of intelligence. After all, this reverse spirit puppet of yours also has the strength of the ultimate Emperor realm. You should know that whether it's a human or a beast, once one's strength reaches the ultimate Emperor realm, there will be earth-shattering changes. Although the reverse spirit puppet is not alive, after reaching the ultimate Emperor realm, after being transformed by the power of heaven and earth, it's normal for it to have some intelligence. However, this kind of intelligence can only be used for ordinary communication. At this point, Xiao He looked at the kneeling reverse spirit puppet with a complicated expression and continued. In the end, a puppet is not alive. It can't become like a living creature with flesh and blood and emotions. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded slightly, then stepped forward and gently helped the reverse spirit puppet up. Then, he smiled and said, "Although you are a lifeless puppet, since you can speak and have some intelligence, you should have a name that belongs to you. From now on, you will be called Huiyan." Huiyan nodded stiffly. His face was still as cold as ice, which meant that he agreed with Zhuowen's decision to give him a name. However, in the depths of his cold eyes, there was a slight fluctuation. Since I've already helped Huiyan to reach the ultimate Emperor realm, it's time to upgrade the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear. I wonder if there are any ultimate Emperor realm soul beasts in the Blood Swamp? Zhuowen stood up slowly and opened the door. He looked in the direction of the Blood Swamp and asked softly. "Definitely. When all of you headed to the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool back then, this Dragon Lord had vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying aura in the depths of the blood-colored swamp. That aura has definitely surpassed the level of a half-step Ultimate Emperor. Clearly, it should be an Ultimate Emperor Origin beast." Xiao He's expression was rather grave as he spoke. "If there is, then that's great. I'll personally investigate the Blood Swamp. I can also kill some low-level soul beasts to provide some nourishment for the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as lightning spread behind his back. Soon after, a pair of 30 feet large lightning serpent wings suddenly unfurled. With a stomp of his feet, he directly transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the spot. In a few flashes, he had disappeared into the horizon. Within the city lord's mansion, Ouyang Yuntu, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly as he looked at the horizon. He muttered to himself, that bolt of lightning should be young friend Zhuo. Moreover, he should be heading towards the blood swamp. I wonder why he's going there? In a courtyard not far from Ouyang Yuntu's house, Chiu Cho was also looking at the horizon. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, that little guy went to the blood swamp again? But with his strength, he should be able to protect himself if he's careful in the blood swamp. I don't need to worry about him. At this moment, there were many groups of cultivators walking cautiously in the blood swamp that spanned several hundred miles. Most of these cultivators were adventurers who wanted to explore the blood swamp for treasures. Although the Crimson Swamp was very dangerous, there were all kinds of rare treasures inside. As long as an ordinary warrior could obtain one of them, it would be a great gain for them. This was also the reason why so many adventurers were rushing in wave after wave. Rumble. In the sky above a dense forest not far from the blood swamp, a bolt of lightning flashed. Then, a young man with lightning wings on his back suddenly floated in the air, quietly staring at the blood swamp. Chapter 3:18. Luring the Meta Beast, Xiao He. Can you sense the location of that ultimate Emperor Realm origin beast? Zhuo frowned slightly as he asked the black puppy on his shoulder from above the dense forest. It's in the center of the blood-colored swamp. It's not far from the 9 extreme Emperor origin pool, Xiao He said lazily as it pointed forward with its little paw. Zhuo looked over and realized that Xiao He was pointing at the blood-colored cliff in the center of the blood-colored swamp. A month ago, Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Cho had led their group to the top of the blood-colored cliff. The 9 extreme Emperor origin pool was at the top of the cliff. This Dragon Lord can sense that the Meta Beast's aura is not very stable. It should have entered the ultimate Emperor stage not long ago. With the help of the reverse spirit puppet, you should have the strength to kill that Meta Beast. Xiao He chuckled. The Meta Beasts in the blood-colored swamp hide in the depths of the swamp all year round. Other than hunting for food and attacking passing cultivators, these Meta Beasts should not easily leave the swamp. Xiao He, do you have any way to lure that Meta Beast out? Zhuo asked with a bitter smile as he looked at the blood-colored swamp that spanned hundreds of miles. Hee. Isn't that simple? This Dragon Lord will personally go down and lure that Meta Beast out. Although Meta Beasts that have reached the ultimate Emperor stage will have a strong spiritual intelligence, it is still not enough in front of this Dragon Lord. Just wait and see how this Dragon Lord plays out. Xiao He revealed a treacherous smile. You're going to lure it out? Zhuo frowned and said with some worry, you are only a spiritual body after all. Moreover, your strength has been greatly reduced. Won't it be too dangerous to lure that Meta Beast out? Xiao He could not help but be startled when he heard Zhuo's words of concern. He then looked deeply at Zhuo and smiled. Don't worry. This Dragon Lord has lived for so many years. What kind of world have I not seen? Although that Meta Beast has the strength of an ultimate Emperor stage, I can still run away even if I can't defeat it. Even though Zhuo was slightly worried when he heard this, he agreed with Xiao He's words. Even though Xiao He was sometimes extremely unreliable, it was an existence that had survived the ancient times after all, and its ability to protect its life was indeed very strong. Zhuo nodded lightly and said, Be careful then. Don't worry. I will show you. Xiao He said, as he turned into a wisp of black smoke and entered the blood-colored swamp. That's pretty fast? However, there are actually so many Meta Beasts at the bottom of the blood swamp. That really gave me a shock. As he had a spiritual connection with Xiao He, Zhuo could sense some of the scenes that Xiao He saw. Once Xiao He entered the swamp, it dived down at an unbelievable speed. While it was diving, there were many Meta Beasts swimming in the depths of the swamp. However, none of them discovered Xiao He's existence. Clearly, Xiao He had used some kind of concealment secret technique. 1 foot, 10 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet. The swamp was very deep. Little Black had already dived for over 300 meters, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. However, Zhuowen could sense that the closer he got to the bottom, the more he could sense a faintly discernible powerful aura slowly enveloping him. It was obvious that he wasn't far from that powerful meta-beast. What's going on? Why did I lose contact with Xiao He? When Xiao He dived down to 200 feet, the connection between Zhuowen and Xiao He was suddenly cut off. There's a connection again. This is the ultimate Emperor realm meta-beast hidden in the depths of the swamp? Not long after the connection was cut off, Zhuowen could sense Xiao He's location again. However, Xiao He was now like a loach as he dived towards the top of the swamp. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Behind Xiao He was a huge black shadow that was several hundred feet long. It was following closely behind at a speed that was not any slower than Xiao He. Zhuowen could even hear a faint roar. I wonder what this meta-beast's true appearance is like. However, from the information that Xiao He sent, this meta-beast's aura is unstable. It has indeed just reached the ultimate Emperor realm. It's time to prepare for battle. However, we need to get those cultivators who are still in the blood-red swamp to retreat. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as a solemn expression appeared on his face. He spread his lightning wings and arrived directly above the blood-red swamp like a bolt of lightning. Who is that kid? He actually has a pair of lightning wings on his back that allows him to hover in the air. Could it be some kind of secret technique? Zhuowen's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of those adventurers who were still searching for treasures in the blood-red swamp. Many of them pointed at Zhuowen and whispered amongst themselves. However, there were also a few who stared greedily at the pair of lightning wings on Zhuowen's back. Being able to walk through the air as if it were flat ground was a privilege that only cultivators at the ultimate Emperor realm and above had. However, the youth with the lightning wings in the sky clearly hadn't reached the ultimate Emperor realm. The fact that he was able to soar through the air like a bird was naturally thanks to his lightning wings. After all, cultivators who dared to enter the blood-red swamp were basically no good people. With Zhuowen's sharp spiritual senses, he could sense many of the malicious gazes directed at him. However, he didn't care. Instead, he used his yuan power and shouted towards the ground below, "Everyone! An ultimate Emperor realm yuan beast is about to appear at the bottom of the blood-red swamp. If you want to live, you'd better leave the area immediately. Otherwise, you'll only lose your life for nothing." Zhuowen's shout immediately caused quite a number of people below to be startled. Soon after, waves of loud laughter sounded. Everyone looked at Zhuowen above as though they were looking at a fool. "Kid, is there something wrong with your head? We've all stayed in the blood-red swamp for several years, but we've never heard of an ultimate Emperor realm yuan beast in the swamp. The strongest one here is merely a half-step ultimate Emperor realm yuan beast. It's impossible for an ultimate Emperor realm yuan beast to appear here." "That's right. A brat who stinks of his mother's milk dares to spread rumors in front of us? I think you're tired of living. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Wanton laughter accompanied by deep mockery suddenly rang out from the crowd below. Then, the practitioners in the blood-red swamp looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he looked at the unbridled laughter below. He coldly snorted and no longer cared about the life and death of these people. In any case, he had already warned them. Since they did not believe him, they could not blame him if they died. "Looks like I'm getting closer. I'm still 100 feet away from the surface. I should be able to reach the surface in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Zhuowen's expression grew increasingly grave as he ignored the practitioners below. His gaze was fixed on the overly calm surface of the swamp below. While Zhuo was concentrating on sensing the approaching huge yuan beast at the bottom of the swamp, quite a number of people below were displeased by Zhuo's disregard for them. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Then, a perfectly straight spear tore through the air and suddenly shot out from below. It ruthlessly shot towards Zhuo. Its target was Zhuo's heart. Zhuo's lightning wings suddenly unfurled as he agilely drew an arc in the air, easily dodging the spear that shot towards him. He then looked at the somewhat silent crowd below with an ugly expression. He had kindly warned these practitioners to leave, which was already extremely benevolent. However, it was fine if these practitioners didn't believe him, but there was actually someone who wanted to kill him. The person who wanted to kill him probably wanted the lightning wings on his back. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and instantly locked onto a middle-aged man in gray below. He coldly snorted, "Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, Zhuo unfurled his lightning wings and shot towards the man in gray like a bolt of lightning. The man in gray was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhuo to recognize him so quickly. However, a sinister expression quickly appeared on his face. He had indeed thrown the spear just now, and his goal had been to kill Zhuo. After all, being able to soar through the sky before reaching the ultimate Emperor realm was something that many cultivators below the ultimate Emperor realm yearned for. Moreover, Zhuo looked so young. The man in gray subconsciously thought that Zhuo was definitely not very strong. It was only because of the lightning wings on his back that he could look down on him so condescendingly. "You little brat who doesn't know the meaning of death. You can still live if you stay in the air, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. When the time comes, your lightning wings and Qianquan bag will be mine." The man in gray's face was filled with madness. An extremely powerful aura suddenly surged out from his body. Many practitioners nearby were forced to retreat under this aura. He's actually a peak Heavenly King stage expert. No wonder he wants to kill him and steal his treasures. Looks like that young man is in for some bad luck. He has no chance of winning against such an expert. Many people's pupils shrank when they felt the powerful aura from the man in gray. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Rumble! With a flash of lightning, Zhuo instantly appeared in front of the man in gray. His arm had already turned a glassy color. He threw out a simple punch without even using Yuan Qi. "Haha! Reckless brat, don't forget after you die that the person who killed you is called Zhou Kai." The gray-clothed man laughed coldly. Origin energy had practically condensed into a golden energy on his arm, and he blasted it towards Zhuo without the slightest hesitation. As far as he was concerned, the youth before him was dead for sure under this punch. A mere peak Heavenly King stage clown dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Die. The killing intent in Zhuo's eyes grew even stronger. His fist slammed into the man in gray's fist. Immediately, the surrounding air exploded, and endless ring-shaped waves of air spread out in all directions. Creak. Chapter 319. Bloodhorn Dragon Slaying Flood Dragon. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions suddenly rang out from within the gray-clothed man's body. Then, the gray-clothed man's right arm was crushed into pieces by a powerful force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body twitching and foaming at the mouth. His aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he would not survive. Zhuo was only at the initial stage of the Heavenly King stage, but after using the Jade Stone body tempering technique, his physical strength was comparable to a half-step Ultimate Emperor stage expert. The man in gray was only at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. To Zhuo, such a cultivator was like a clown. What? That man in gray was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, but he was killed by this young man in one move? Who is this young man? His aura is clearly only at the initial stage of the Heavenly King stage, but he killed a cultivator at the peak of the Heavenly King stage so easily. I'm afraid he's a monstrous genius from some large faction. That pair of lightning wings is obviously not simple. How could an ordinary faction have such a secret technique? Obviously, only those powerful factions have such a secret technique. We must not provoke such a genius. The man in gray was killed in one move, and it shocked everyone present. Their gazes gathered on the young man with lightning wings on his back, and an extremely fearful expression appeared on everyone's faces. If anyone dares to provoke me, I don't mind starting a massacre, Zhuowen said coldly as he looked at the people around him. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people fell into silence. No one dared to make a sound. After all, although the young man in front of them did not seem to have a high cultivation level, he was able to kill a peak Heavenly King stage expert in one move. Such an existence was not someone they could provoke. Suddenly, Zhuowen frowned slightly. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground and directly shot into the air. His eyes were extremely grave as he looked at the blood-colored swamp below. This was because the Yuan beast at the bottom of the swamp was about to emerge. Whoosh! A tiny black figure quickly emerged from the swamp and landed on Zhuowen's shoulder in a few flashes. It was Xiao He, who had gone to lure the meta beast. "Kid, get ready, that big guy is about to break out of the ground," Xiao He said with a grave expression. Solemnly nodding his head, Zhuowen patted his Qinquan bag and summoned the blazing flames. Boom! As soon as Hui Yen appeared, a powerful surge of natural energy enveloped the entire blood-red swamp. This was the aura of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. "Master!" The moment Hui Yen appeared, it respectfully lowered its head to Zhuowen. This aura? Could that middle-aged man be an ultimate Emperor Realm expert? Heavens! He's actually an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. What's more, this ultimate Emperor Realm expert is actually so respectful towards that youth with the lightning wings. Who exactly is that youth? To think that an ultimate Emperor Realm expert would treat him with such respect. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be alive now. Originally, the aura that Hui Yen exuded that was unique to an ultimate Emperor Realm expert had already shocked everyone below. However, when they saw Hui Yen acting so respectfully towards Zhuowen, the shock on their faces turned into disbelief. Boom! 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 At this moment, an earth-shattering tremor spread throughout the entire blood-red swamp. Everyone in the swamp couldn't even stand properly. What's going on? Why is the entire swamp shaking so violently? It seems like something is crawling out of the swamp? It's extremely huge. Is that a Yuan beast? Heavens! This Yuan beast is at least several hundred feet long. How can there be such a huge Yuan beast? Is what that youth said true? Is there really an ultimate Emperor Realm Yuan beast in the blood-red swamp? Amidst the intense tremors, everyone became alarmed. Soon after, they discovered that in the depths of the blood-colored swamp, a huge black figure was rapidly approaching the surface of the water at a frightening speed. In an instant, it broke out of the water, and its mountain-like body, which was several thousand feet tall, appeared in front of everyone. This is the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon? Up in the air, Zhuowen couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the huge Yuan beast breaking out of the water. The Yuan beast in front of him was several hundred feet long. Its body was as thick as a water bucket and was covered in hard and shiny blood-red scales. What was even more bizarre was that there was a 3-meter-long blood-red horn on its head. It was the famous blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon. The blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon was an extremely terrifying Yuan beast. It was born with the strength of a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert. It was said that when a blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon cultivated to a certain level, it could transform into a flood dragon and become a blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon. Its strength was almost comparable to a Saint Realm expert. However, for a flood dragon to transform into a true dragon, the difficulty was no less than for a cultivator to reach the level of a saint. It could be said that the chances were very, very small. Looks like this blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon was born not long ago and has just broken through to the ultimate emperor realm. However, yuan beasts are born with tough skin and flesh. Even with Hui Yan's help, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill this blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon, right? Xiao He chuckled. When the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon emerged from the water, it roared angrily at the sky. Then, it stared straight at Zhuowen. To be more precise, it was staring at Xiao He on Zhuowen's shoulder. The anger in its eyes became even more intense. It swung its huge tail, which was several 100 feet long, towards Zhuowen. It was like the shadow of a whip that had been magnified countless times. The powerful force caused a violent gale to sweep through the swamp. Some of the cultivators who were close to the swamp were instantly turned into dust by the gale. Run! It's too terrifying. This blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon is a genuine ultimate emperor realm yuan beast. We can't stop it at all. Let's leave the blood-red swamp quickly. Otherwise, we're dead meat. I really regret it. I shouldn't have believed that young man's words. It's too late to run now. Countless gales swept through the entire blood-red swamp. Countless cultivators fell under the power of the gale. However, there were some powerful cultivators who barely managed to withstand the gale's attack and escape from the blood-red swamp. However, such cultivators were extremely rare. Hui Yan, stop it for me. Seeing the huge tail that was sweeping through the gale, Zhuowen's pupils involuntarily shrank. He instantly gave Hui Yan an order. Swoosh. Hui Yan nodded slightly. He took a step forward and charged towards the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon without any fear. Boom. Hui Yan directly threw a punch and smashed against the giant tail that was rushing over. Hui Yan, who was like an ant compared to the tail that was hundreds of feet long, was actually able to cause the giant tail to stop in midair with just a punch. Boom. Boom. In an instant, Hui Yan and the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon exchanged dozens of blows. Sparks flew everywhere, causing the air to tremble and the air to surge. The earth shook and the mountains shook. This blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon is really powerful. Even Hui Yan, a puppet with a strong physical body, is at a disadvantage. It seems that I can't just sit around and do nothing. Looking at the man and beast fighting at the edge of the swamp, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He patted his Qianquan bag and immediately summoned the everlasting sword gale. The sword gale surrounded his body and formed a layer of defense. Immediately after, he took out the demon moon dragon spine spear and pointed it forward. The lightning serpent wings on his back flapped gently. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon. The blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon, who was fighting with Hui Yan, also noticed Zhuowen. It suddenly roared and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Zhuowen. What a fast speed! It can almost catch up with my current speed. Its ferocious mouth was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Zhuowen and bit at him without any hesitation. Damn it! Lightning serpent wings, open for me! Seeing that the bloody mouth was getting closer and closer, Zhuowen's face suddenly changed. He immediately formed a seal and an even bigger pair of lightning wings appeared on his back. It was the lightning serpent wings of the 6 wings of wind and lightning. 4 lightning wings suddenly flapped and Zhuowen's speed almost reached the limit. In the blink of an eye, he had dodged the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon's bloody mouth. Zhuowen's sudden increase in speed caused the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon to be stunned. However, it soon became even more furious. It actually gave up on Hui Yan and chased after Zhuowen. This beast seems to have some intelligence. It actually knows to attack me directly. Looking at the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon behind him, Zhuowen coldly snorted. The lightning serpent wings and lightning serpent wings on his back almost reached the limit. Lightning filled the air and instantly, countless afterimages were left in front of him. Even the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon could not catch up with Zhuowen's speed. Boom! At the same time, Under Zhuowen's command, Hui Yen had already caught up. His fist, which could shatter mountains and shatter rocks, directly landed on the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon's head. Oh! However, what made Zhuowen frown was that Hui Yan's fist was unable to break the scales on the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon's head. It only caused some superficial injuries. The scales of this blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon are too hard. Even Hui Yan's attack only caused some superficial injuries. 100 miles away, Zhuowen frowned as he watched the fight between the man and beast. After all, Hui Yan's strength is only at the ultimate emperor stage. Moreover, Hui Yan does not have any weapons. He is only relying on his bare hands. Naturally, he can't cause much damage to the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon. Xiao He nodded. It seems like ordinary attacks are useless against the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon. In that case, I can only try the power of the holy ice-fire symbol. Narrowing his eyes, the ice and fire symbol on the back of Zhuowen's hands flickered restlessly. Are you planning to use the holy ice-fire symbol to fuse the holy ice-fire symbol with the earth-rank ice-fire symbol? If you can really fuse them together, the ice and fire that you can create will be extremely terrifying. At the very least, it will be able to severely injure the blood-horned dragon-slaying flood dragon. However, you have to be careful of the backlash from the ice-fire symbol. Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed as she said in surprise. Chapter 320. Ice and Fire Lotus. I really don't know if the ice-fire combined with the earth-rank ice and fire energies will be able to break through the scales of the bloody horned dragon slaying flood dragon. Zhuowen clenched his fists, and a blue crystal appeared in his right hand. Waves of blue cold air formed countless small vortexes on the surface of the crystal. It was the extreme cold frost. His left hand was the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno, which was the combination of thunder and fire. Among the 3 earth flames, the Nine Heavens Thunder Blazing Flame was the most powerful. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Thunder Blazing Flame was the most suitable to combine with the ice fire. Kid, aren't you underestimating the power of the holy symbol of ice and fire? The ice fire combined with the earth-rank ice and fire energies will definitely be able to break through the scales of the bloody horned dragon slaying flood dragon. Although it won't be able to kill it, it will be able to seriously injure it. Xiao He sneered. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen stared at the Nine Heavens Thunder Blazing Flame and Extreme Frost in his hands. Then, he slowly brought his hands together. The moment the 2 extreme energies came into contact with each other, a small explosion occurred within the 2. At this moment, Zhuowen's expression was extremely solemn. His arms had turned into a lustrous glass color. It was obvious that he had used the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique. However, even though his arms had turned into a hard glass color, the small explosion caused by the fusion of the Nine Heavens Thunder Blazing Flame and Extreme Frost still caused his arms to tremble. Sizzle! Some ear-piercing sounds were constantly emitted from Zhuowen's hands. This was the sound produced by the 2 extreme energies rejecting each other during the fusion process. During this process, Zhuowen could not let his guard down. If he failed, these 2 energies would explode instantly. At that time, even if Zhuowen's physical body was strong, he would not be able to withstand the explosion of the earth-rank ice and fire energies. The blending process only lasted for the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. Finally, Zhuowen clapped his hands together. The extreme cold ice and the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno instantly blended together flawlessly. A multicolored radiance suddenly blossomed between Zhuowen's hands. Then, a multicolored lotus appeared between Zhuowen's hands. The lotus flower, which was not tainted by the mud, slowly appeared on Zhuowen's palm. A 5-colored brilliance surged out, forming a huge 5-colored rainbow bridge in the sky. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura poured out from the 5-colored lotus flower. This aura was so powerful that it was far more powerful than that of the blood-horned dragon killing Jiao and Huiyin. At this moment, it was like a towering mountain that pressed down on the entire blood-red swamp and the surrounding thousands of miles. What a powerful aura! How can there be such a powerful aura? This aura is even more powerful than that of the blood-horned dragon killing Jiao. Many cultivators who had escaped from the blood-red swamp and were watching from 1,000 miles away could feel the sudden terrifying aura. They raised their heads and were shocked to see a youth with lightning wings on his back. At this moment, he was holding a 5-colored lotus flower in his hand. The terrifying aura was coming from the 5-colored lotus flower in his hand. It's the young man with the lightning wings. How did he manage to create such a terrifying thing? It's really too terrifying. Everyone stared blankly at the youth who was holding the 5-colored lotus flower in his hand. A trace of reverence appeared in their eyes. They could feel that the 5-colored lotus flower in the youth's hand was not inferior to that of an ultimate Emperor realm expert. Looking at the 5-colored lotus flower in his hand, Zhuowen couldn't help but be stunned. In the past, the ice flame he had blended together had always been in the shape of a sphere. Why was it that the one he had created using the earth-rank ice and fire energy was in the shape of a lotus? However, he could feel the terrifying power contained within the lotus flower. The ice flame's form has changed? Could it be because of the earth-rank ice and fire energy? Zhuowen frowned slightly as he muttered to himself in confusion. When the energy reaches a certain level, it will naturally have a fixed form. In the past, you had blended the earth-rank ice and fire energy into a 5-colored sphere. It's not strange for you to use the earth-rank ice and fire energy to form a 5-colored lotus flower, Xiao He said indifferently as she crossed her little paws. So that's how it is. Then from now on, I'll name the ice-fire lotus. Zhuowen muttered to himself with a hint of joy on his face. You can name it however you like. For now, you should try out the might of this ice-flame lotus. The blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon seems to have sensed the threat of the ice-flame lotus in your hand. Perhaps it will run away when the time comes. Xiao He curled her lips and said. Zhuowen also regained his senses. Suddenly, he noticed that the blood-horned dragon killing Jiao, who was battling Huiyan in the distance, had become somewhat restless. From time to time, its lantern-sized eyes would look in Zhuowen's direction. Clearly, it had also sensed the threat of the fire and ice lotus. Blazing flames. Keep the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon busy. When Zhuowen saw the fear in the blood-horned dragon killing flood dragon, he immediately ordered Huiyan, who was fighting with it, to restrain it. Following which, the lightning wings on Zhuowen's back suddenly flapped. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning and instantly arrived above the human and beast that were fighting. The powerful aura emitted by the ice and fire lotus immediately became even more intense. Awo! The blood-horned dragon slaying flood serpent roared anxiously. It could sense that the 5-colored lotus in Zhuowen's hand was extremely dangerous. If it were to explode, it would not be able to gain any advantage. However, Huiyan continued to attack the blood-horned dragon-killing flood serpent. It could not escape at all. This made the blood-horned dragon-killing flood serpent even more anxious. In an instant, Zhuowen arrived at a place not far from Huiyan. With a wave of his right hand, Huiyan was kept into his Qinquan bag. After which, he sneered at the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon and threw the ice-fire lotus towards it. The fire and ice lotus was as fast as lightning. Furthermore, Zhuowen was not far away from the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon. Hence, in the blink of an eye, the fire and ice lotus streaked across the sky and landed on the head of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon slaying flood dragon. Rumble! At the moment when the ice and fire lotus violently exploded, the entire world seemed to have become extremely quiet. However, this silence only lasted for a moment. Following which, a series of continuous explosions suddenly rang out in the middle of the blood-colored swamp. Soon after, a huge ball of light appeared in the middle of the blood-colored swamp. Together with the rising black smoke, the ball of light seemed to have enveloped the entire blood-colored swamp. Waves of tsunami-like air waves continued to spread in all directions, blowing the trees along the way until they were swayed from side to side. At this moment, it was as if a scorching sun had risen above the blood-colored swamp. The dazzling light almost covered the entire area of Broken Rock City. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention and astonishment of countless warriors within the area of Broken Rock City. What a powerful fluctuation! This fluctuation can only be emitted by an expert who is at least at the ultimate Emperor realm. Just which expert is actually fighting within the area of Broken Rock City that is under my jurisdiction? A tall figure silently hovered in the air above the Broken Rock City Lord's mansion. He gazed at the huge ball of light in the distance with an extremely grave expression. Moreover, there was a trace of anger between his brows. This person was the Broken Rock City Lord, Ouyang Yuntu. Ouyang, just what is going on? Why is there such a violent fluctuation? Another figure flew out from the Broken Rock City Lord's mansion and stopped beside Ouyang Yuntu. He asked with a frown, "Senior Chiu, I also don't know what is going on. This fluctuation seems to be coming from the blood-colored swamp. There might be an ultimate Emperor realm expert fighting there." Ouyang Yuntu frowned and shook his head. The blood-colored swamp? Isn't Zhuowen in the blood-colored swamp right now? Not good. If it really is a battle between ultimate Emperor realm experts, then Zhuowen is in a very bad situation. Let's make a trip to the blood-colored swamp. Chiu Chao's expression changed slightly. He stomped his foot and stepped into the air towards the blood-colored swamp. His speed had almost reached an extreme. Ouyang Yuntu didn't hesitate and followed closely behind Chiu Chou. Even if Zhuowen wasn't in the blood-colored swamp as the city lord, he couldn't just sit by and watch someone cause such a huge commotion in his territory. High above the blood-colored swamp, Zhuowen stood with his lightning wings on his back. His gaze was grave as he gazed at the huge ball of energy below. The might of the refinement of ice and fire was so great that even he, the creator, was left speechless. It actually covered the entire blood-colored swamp. One had to know that the swamp was several hundred kilometers wide. It wasn't easy to cover the entire swamp. At the same time, the blood-horned dragon slaying flood serpents' shrill cries could be heard from below. Through the light ball, Zhuowen could vaguely see the blood-horned dragon slaying flood serpent struggling inside. However, as time passed, its cries became weaker and weaker. This refinement of ice and fire is truly terrifying. The blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon actually couldn't resist such an explosion. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of shock. The might of the refinement of ice and fire was truly beyond his expectations. It's not surprising that it has such power. After all, the extreme frost and 9 heavens thunder inferno that you used were ranked at the top among all the earth-grade energies. Their foundations were already very strong to begin with, so when the two energies fused together, they would naturally become even stronger. However, didn't you notice the state of your hands? Xiao He said. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but focus his gaze on his hands. He saw that his originally glassy palms had become a bloody mess. Blood continuously flowed out. What a powerful recoil! Even after using the 6th level of the Jade Stone body tempering technique, my hands are still in such a miserable state. If my physical body wasn't strong enough, wouldn't my hands be crippled? Zhuowen said with a wry smile. At the same time, the huge ball of light that almost covered the entire blood-colored swamp slowly withdrew its brilliance, revealing the condition of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon. Chapter 321. Chapter 321. Advancement. The blood-red swamp, which was hundreds of miles wide, was in a complete mess at this moment. At a glance, it looked like a ruin. The swamp that was filled with mud had actually completely dried up, and a pit that was hundreds of meters deep had appeared. At the bottom of the pit were the corpses of origin beasts that had lost their lives. These meta-beasts had all died under the enormous force created by the explosion of the ice-fire lotus. The corpses of so many meta-beasts were piled up in the deep pit. At this moment, it appeared extremely spectacular. What a terrifying attack! It actually blasted such a huge hole in the entire blood-colored swamp. The countless yuan beasts hidden in the depths of the swamp are basically all dead. This is really too terrifying. Is he still human? Even a dangerous place like the blood swamp was razed to the ground. This young man is too scary. It looks like he's only at the initial Heavenly King realm. Could he be a powerful Ultimate Emperor realm expert in disguise? Looking at the huge crater that was several hundred miles wide, the cultivators watching from afar were all stunned. Everyone thought they were seeing an illusion. One of Broken Rock City's famous danger zones, the Blood Swamp, was destroyed by a seemingly harmless young man with a single strike. At the top of the deep pit, the enormous body of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood serpent twitched continuously. At this moment, its condition was extremely miserable. The seemingly indestructible blood-colored scales on its body had actually cracked open. Traces of blood flowed out from the cracks of the scales, almost forming a blood-colored river on the ground. The vitality of this blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon is quite strong. It is actually still alive after taking the fire and ice lotus head-on. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he looked at the twitching blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon slaying flood dragon. Xiao He shrugged and said, "But I'm not far from death. This blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon is an ultimate emperor-level origin beast after all. Moreover, it has a trace of the true dragon's bloodline in its body. Therefore, its body must have developed a Yuan Dan. This Yuan Dan is a great supplement for this dragon lord." He rolled his eyes speechlessly at Xiao He. No wonder this fellow had taken the initiative to lure the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon. It turned out that he was aiming for the flood dragon's inner core. Gently nodding his head, Zhuowen slowly descended and arrived in front of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon. Looking at the blood-colored flood dragon that was on the verge of death, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold. His right hand patted his Qinquan bag and took out the demon moon dragon spine spear. Following the crack in the scales of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon, Zhuowen thrust out his right hand and the moon demon dragon spine spear pierced through the crack and into the body of the flood dragon. Awo! The blood-horned dragon slaying flood serpent roared weakly. It could only watch as Zhuowen stabbed the moon demon dragon spine spear into its body. It could not resist at all. Now, its body had entered a state of near death. It would not live for much longer. When the moon demon dragon spine spear pierced into the body of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon, it emitted a loud and clear buzzing sound. Following which, it began to absorb the essence blood of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon. The moon demon dragon spine spear had the ability to devour the essence blood of primordial beast. Now that it had pierced into the body of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon, it naturally absorbed the rich essence blood of the former's body and used it to continuously increase its power. Xiao He, you can deal with the inner core yourself. Staring at the moon demon dragon spine spear, which was continuously absorbing the essence blood of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon, Zhuowen was in a good mood. That's for sure. However, kid, let me remind you that the blood horn on the head of this beast is not weak. If you refine it properly, its power will not be weaker than an ordinary high-grade soul treasure. You can give this blood horn to your puppet, Huiyan. When the time comes, Huiyan's power will increase significantly. After Xiao He finished speaking, he disappeared into the body of the blood-horned dragon slaying flood dragon. Evidently, he had gone to look for the inner core. Blood horn. When he heard these words, Zhuowen's eyes instantly lit up. Then, he stared at the blood horn on the flood dragon's forehead. He never thought that the power of this blood horn would be comparable to a high-grade soul treasure. Looks like it was extraordinary. When he arrived in front of the flood dragon, he realized that it was so weak that it could not even move. It was likely that it would not be long before it died. However, when the bloodhorn dragon slaying flood dragon saw Zhuowen in front of it, its large eyes filled with hatred as it stared viciously at the tiny human before it. Are you unwilling to accept this? However, this is how the world works. The winner is king while the loser is in the wrong. The strongest is king. Since you've lost today, you naturally won't be able to live. If I were to lose one day, my fate would not be any better than yours. Therefore, your unwillingness and hatred are meaningless. Zhuowen calmly spoke to the flood dragon in front of him. He knew that the flood dragon before him was at the ultimate emperor stage, and its intelligence was not any weaker than a human's. Naturally, it could understand his words. The bloodhorn dragon slaying flood dragon seemed to understand Zhuowen's words. The hatred in its large eyes slowly dissipated and was replaced by a complicated expression. Then, it slowly closed its eyes and stopped breathing. The reason why it did not die earlier was because of the unwillingness in its heart. Now that it no longer had any stubbornness in its heart, it naturally passed away. Zhuowen sighed and shook his head. Then, he turned his gaze to the blood horn on the flood dragon's forehead. The blood horn was 10 feet long and its shape was triangular. The higher it went, the narrower it became. Finally, when it reached the tip, it looked like a long spear. Using the boundless sword aura, Zhuowen spent a lot of effort to remove the blood horn from the flood dragon's forehead. Weighing the sharp and shiny blood horn in his hand, Zhuowen smiled and said to himself, "If Huoyen uses this blood horn as a weapon, his strength will probably reach a whole new level." As he spoke, Zhuowen kept the bloody horn into his Qianquan bag. Soon after, his gaze turned towards the demon moon dragon spine spear, which was inserted into the blood-horned dragon killing Jiao's body. As the demonic moon dragon spine spear continued to absorb the blood essence from the blood-horned dragon killing flood serpent's body, the aura of the demonic moon dragon spine spear grew stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the appearance of the demonic moon dragon spine spear had changed quite a bit. The originally ink-black spear handle had now completely turned blood-red, as if it had been dyed in blood. If one were to get closer, one could even smell the faint scent of blood. 1. The body of the demon moon dragon spine spear trembled when the bloody stench reached its peak. With a swoosh sound, it flew out and returned to Zhuowen's hand. The promotion has succeeded. A glint flashed across Zhuowen's eyes. As he stared at the blood-red long spear in his hand, an excited smile appeared on his face. The demon moon dragon spine spear had finally been promoted from a middle-grade soul treasure to a high-grade soul treasure. At the same time, the demon moon dragon spine spear emitted a clear dragon roar. Soon after, a message was transmitted into Zhuowen's mind. The remaining 3 great moves of the demon moon secret manual. Zhuowen could not help but mutter to himself as he silently sensed the message in his mind. The demon moon secret manual originally had 5 great moves. Among them, the first move, Full Moon Tower, and the second move, Blood Moon Soul, were already mastered by Zhuowen. As for the remaining 3 great moves, he could only use them after the demon moon dragon spine spear had been promoted to a high-grade soul treasure. Now that the demon moon dragon spine spear had been promoted to a high-grade soul treasure, the weapon spirit within naturally taught the remaining 3 great moves to Zhuowen. The third move of the demon moon secret manual was called Blood Maple Dance. It used one's essence blood as a guide, and countless blood-red maple leaves would form in a 30-feet radius around one's body. These blood-red maple leaves possessed an extremely terrifying corrosive power. It could be used both offensively and defensively, and could be considered a more comprehensive move. The fourth move of the Demon Moon Secret Manual was called Blood Rupture Move. The Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear would erupt with a bloody aura, causing the wielder's strength to instantly increase by 50%. A single spear strike would be able to shatter mountains and split rocks. The fifth move of the Demon Moon Secret Manual was called Blood Explosion Move. It could absorb the enemy's blood and gather them into palm-sized blood balls that would revolve around the wielder's body. With just a thought, these blood balls would explode according to the wielder's wishes. The stronger the enemy, the more powerful the blood balls would be. These three great moves are truly powerful. No wonder Xiao He said that as long as the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear was promoted to a high-grade soul treasure, its power would be comparable to an earthly soul treasure when combined with the Demon Moon's secret manual. Especially the fifth move, Blood Explosion move. Its effect is truly terrifying. Once this move is unleashed, it would be an extremely powerful move for both a group attack and a solo battle. After understanding the introduction of the remaining three great moves of the Demon Moon's secret manual, Zhuowen's face was filled with joy. The power of these three great moves had somewhat exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen. It was Xiao He, who had a rather pleased smile on his face. At this moment, Xiao He was holding a palm-sized black bead in his hand. Evidently, this was the so-called Yuan Dan. This blood-horn dragon slaying flood dragon has indeed not disappointed me. There is indeed a Yuan Dan inside. Although its quality is not high, it is still pretty good. As he spoke, Xiao He's gaze fell on the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear in Zhuowen's hand. The Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear has been successfully upgraded, right? It looks pretty good. Yes. I have also taken a look at the remaining three moves of the Demon Moon secret manual. They are indeed very powerful. If combined with this Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear, it is completely comparable to an earthly soul treasure. Xiao He slightly nodded his head. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Immediately, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. At the same time, Xiao He's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Someone is coming. I will hide for a while. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but raise his head to look at the horizon. He saw two black shadows rapidly rushing over. In the blink of an eye, they directly arrived at the blood-colored swamp that had already turned into a giant pit. These two figures also saw Zhuowen in the deep pit. Their feet stepped on the air and instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. Greetings to City Governor Ouyang and Elder Qiu. Looking at the two people in front of him, Zhuowen respectfully bowed. With regards to the arrival of these two people, Zhuowen was not at all surprised. The commotion just now was too great. After all, these two people were the representatives of Broken Rock City. It was impossible for them to ignore such a huge commotion. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect the blood-colored swamp to become like this. At the same time, they also saw the enormous blood-horn dragon slaying serpent behind Zhuowen. The shock on their faces became even more intense. Zhuowen, who killed this blood-horned dragon slaying serpent? This is a Yuan beast with strength at the ultimate emperor stage. Ouyang Yuntu stared straight at Zhuowen as he questioned. Scratching his head, Zhuowen somewhat embarrassedly said, I accidentally killed it. Chapter 322. Half a year, you killed it? This bloodhorn dragon slaying flood dragon had the strength of an ultimate emperor realm expert. How did you kill it? Ouyang Yuntu frowned as he stared at the youth before him with some doubt. Although Zhuowen had always been mysterious, he didn't think that Zhuowen, who was only at the initial level of the Heavenly King stage, had the strength to kill an ultimate Emperor Realm origin beast. The gap between the two was just too great. Even Xiu Chou, who had always trusted Zhuowen, had a trace of doubt on his face. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Zhuowen, but that Zhuowen's words were too outrageous. The gap between the ultimate Emperor Realm and the Heavenly King stage was like a chasm. It was very rare for a Heavenly King stage cultivator to defeat an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Zhuowen had already expected that Ouyang Yuntu and Xiu Chou would have doubts about him. He patted his Qinquan bag and summoned blazing flames. Many cultivators had seen his battle with the bloodhorn dragon slaying flood dragon, so blazing flames would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't plan to hide it from the two in front of him. This is an ultimate Emperor Realm expert? Ouyang Yuntu and Xiu Chou stared blankly at blazing flames. Their pupils shrank as they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. To be more precise, it should be a puppet with the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. It's not a real person. Now do you believe that I have the strength to kill this bloodhorn dragon slaying flood dragon? Zhuowen spread his hands and smiled faintly. It is indeed a puppet. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful puppet. It seems like you have a lot of secrets. Chiu Chou nodded as he stared deeply at Zhuowen. At this moment, Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Chou's expressions became extremely solemn. There was a faint trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Zhuowen. They realized that the youth before them was like a black hole. The closer they got to him, the more mysterious and extraordinary he seemed. I was just lucky. Zhuowen laughed and didn't continue speaking. After all, he understood that the more he spoke, the more likely he would be to be at fault. Although Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Chou didn't have any ill intentions towards him, Zhuowen had a lot of secrets. He didn't dare to be frank with the two of them. Otherwise, he might get into trouble. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Chou knew that Zhuowen didn't want to dwell on this topic, so they tactfully didn't pursue the matter. After chatting with Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Chou for a while, Zhuowen took the initiative to bid them farewell. He activated his thunderous snake wings and flew towards Broken Rock City. Ouyang Yuntu bitterly said as he watched Zhuowen's figure gradually disappear into the distance. Originally, this old man had always thought that Zhuowen had already used all his strength in the previous battle for the 9 Extreme Royal Origin pool. Now that I think about it, I realize that such a thought is rather laughable. Even I am unable to see through this little fellow's true strength. This child's innate talent is extraordinary, and his methods are innumerable. It can be said that he is an extremely terrifying fellow. I'm afraid that in the upcoming battle for the Origin Chi Tower, this child is very likely to be a dark horse. Chiu Chou muttered as his eyes flickered. Senior Chiu is right. This child is indeed terrifying. It seems that we must establish a good relationship with him. However, this blood swamp has almost been destroyed. I'm afraid that even the two of us would have to use all of our strength to accomplish such a feat. However, this old man could sense that the puppet Zhuowen summoned was merely at the first wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. Could it be that it possessed such destructive power? Looking down at the blood swamp that had almost turned into an abyss, Ouyang Yuntu's heart was filled with a trace of doubt. Such destructive power was something that even a first-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm expert would find difficult to achieve. Only a second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm expert or above would barely be able to cause such destruction. Could it be that the one who destroyed the blood swamp was someone else? Chiu Chou asked with some doubt. There are many cultivators in the forest several hundred miles away. I recognize them as well. They are all adventurers who frequently enter the blood swamp. Perhaps they will know the truth of what happened just now. Ouyang Yuntu gazed into the distance, his gaze locked onto a forest several hundred miles away. At this moment, there were still many cultivators standing there, watching. Whoosh! The two of them stepped into the air and instantly arrived above the forest, looking down at the cultivators below. Greetings, my lords. Seeing Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Chou step through the air, the cultivators knew that these two were definitely Ultimate Emperor Realm experts or above. They immediately cupped their hands respectfully and spoke carefully. You should be adventurers who frequently enter the blood swamp, right? Tell us what happened in the blood swamp just now. Why was the blood swamp destroyed? Ouyang Yuntu asked indifferently. The cultivators glanced at each other. Then, a man who seemed to be the leader stepped forward and said with some hesitation, "We did see what happened in the blood swamp just now. In the beginning, it was the youth with the lightning wings who suddenly appeared above the blood swamp." The man narrated everything that had happened in the blood swamp in full detail, especially when he mentioned that Zhuowen had used the sacred symbol of ice and fire to create the ice and fire lotus that had blasted the entire blood swamp into a giant crater. That kind of power was truly earth-shattering, as if the heavens and earth had collapsed. Ouyang Yuntu and Chiu Cho, who had been indifferent at the beginning, had their expressions turn grave. In the end, their faces were filled with shock. The two of them looked at each other and saw the deep disbelief in each other's eyes. You said that the youth with the lightning wings used a strange 5-colored lotus, and that it was that 5-colored lotus that destroyed the entire blood swamp? Ouyang Yuntu asked, still looking at the man in front of him in disbelief. Yes. The power of that 5-colored lotus was extremely terrifying. Although it was only the size of a palm, the energy that erupted from it was something that even the blood-horned dragon-slaying serpent couldn't resist. When the man mentioned the 5-colored lotus, there was still a trace of lingering fear on his face. It was obvious that the power of the ice and fire lotus had truly shocked him. It seems that Zhuowen is still hiding a lot of things. That kid actually has such a trick up his sleeve. If that so-called 5-colored lotus is really so powerful, then doesn't that mean that Zhuowen has the strength to kill an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator? Ouyang Yuntu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he smiled bitterly. This person doesn't seem to be lying. I'm afraid that the one who caused the blood swamp to become like this really is Zhuowen. This kid is becoming more and more unfathomable. I've never seen Zhuowen use that so-called 5-colored lotus before. Chiu Cho shook his head and said bitterly. However, the two of them didn't know that although the ice and fire lotus was extremely powerful, its side effects were also extremely abnormal. Even with Zhuowen's physical body that was comparable to an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, he could only use the ice and fire lotus once. If he used it repeatedly, Zhuowen's arms would probably collapse from the backlash. After returning to Broken Rock City, Zhuowen went directly to Grandmaster Tsangmu's loft. He was prepared to enter secluded cultivation for the next half a year, striving to reach the great circle of the Heavenly King Realm or even the ultimate Emperor Realm. After all, Zhuowen had soaked in the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool for 3 days and 3 nights, so there was a lot of energy accumulated in his body. As time passed, this energy would continuously dissipate into his limbs and bones, greatly increasing his cultivation efficiency. It could be said that he was advancing at a tremendous pace. It was because of this benefit that Zhuowen was confident that his strength would advance by leaps and bounds in the next half a year. Grandmaster Tsangmu also knew that Zhuowen was going to enter secluded cultivation to prepare for the upcoming battle for the Origin Qi Tower, so he didn't disturb Zhuowen. Instead, he helped Zhuowen deal with the forces of Broken Rock City that came because of Zhuowen's fame. After the arcane art ceremony and the battle for the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool, Zhuowen's limelight was unparalleled in Broken Rock City. It could be said that many people often took delight in talking about him. Naturally, there was an endless stream of people who came to visit him. These people naturally needed someone to deal with them. Since Zhuowen was in secluded cultivation, this kind of thing was naturally done by Grandmaster Tsangmu. Time flew by. The warm spring with blooming flowers turned into autumn with falling maple leaves in the blink of an eye. The bleak autumn wind would occasionally blow up the withered leaves on the ground, sprinkling them down and turning them into melancholy creak. In the depths of an inconspicuous loft, a large door slowly opened and a 17-year-old youth walked out. The youth slowly strolled into the courtyard and looked at the withered old trees outside the courtyard. A helpless smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he muttered, "Time really flies. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye." A black light swept out from between the youth's eyebrows and turned into a Xiao-Hei dog. It looked straight at the youth in front of it and said, "In the past half a year, your strength has increased very quickly. You've actually reached the peak of the Heavenly King stage. I'm afraid that you're not far from the Ultimate Emperor stage." Yes, the 9 Extreme Emperor Origin Pool has indeed brought me great benefit. Although only half a year has passed, the cultivation efficiency is equivalent to several years. I feel that I might be able to naturally reach the Ultimate Emperor stage in less than 3 months. As for breaking through to the Ultimate Emperor stage, I'm afraid that it will be somewhat difficult. Zhuowen said indifferently as he reached out and gently pinched a fallen leaf. You've actually gained a lot in the past half a year. Not only have you learned the 3rd to 5th forms of the Demon Moon Secret Manual, you've even completely comprehended the 3 great sword techniques of the Boundless Sword Intent. Although your strength is only at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, if you unleash your full strength, I'm afraid that you'll be able to fight against an Ultimate Emperor stage cultivator. Of course, if you use the Fire and Ice Lotus, even an Ultimate Emperor stage cultivator would fall. Xiao He smiled and said somewhat mockingly, "The Fire and Ice Lotus is my final trump card. Moreover, its side effects are extremely great. I won't foolishly use it unless I have to fight for my life." Zhuowen shrugged and curled his lips. However, there are only 5 months until the Origin Energy Pagoda battle. 3 months before the battle, all participating cities must send their respective geniuses to the provincial capital. I should return to Rattan Armor City to prepare. Chapter 323. Representing Rattan Armor City in the main hall of Broken Rock City's City Lord's Mansion, Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou looked at Zhuowen in shock. Ouyang Yuntu frowned and asked, "Zhuowen, do you really plan on returning to Rattan Armor City?" "Yes. This humble one has come to bid farewell to the 2 seniors. I am very grateful for the help you've given me in the past. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude." Zhuowen cupped his hands and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Zhuowen, as far as I know, Rattan Armor City is only a low-level city. Could it be that you plan on representing Rattan Armor City in this Origin Chi Tower battle?" Qiu Chou frowned slightly, his expression somewhat displeased. This old man is not looking down on Rattan Armor City, but the first few stages of the Origin Chi Tower battle are all represented by cities. We all acknowledge your strength, but it seems that Rattan Armor City only has 3 spots. Moreover, the other 2 can't possibly be as heaven-defying as you. With such a weak force, it's very easy for other powerful cities to target you in the early stages and eliminate you. Qiu Chou stared straight at the youth in front of him. Ouyang Yuntu also nodded and said, "Although the final 100 spots in the Origin Chi Tower battle are determined by individual strength, the early stages of the Origin Chi Tower battle are all carried out as teams. For example, our super cities basically have a dozen or so spots, and most of them are at the Heavenly King realm or above. The strongest, Han Xian, is about to reach the Ultimate Emperor realm. Although your individual strength is strong, the Origin Chi Tower battle isn't won by just relying on one person. It also requires a rather powerful team. Your Rattan Armor City spots are too few. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to survive the early stages of the Origin Chi Tower battle. This old man can make an exception and give you a spot to join Broken Rock City. Relying on the power of Broken Rock City and your own strength, I'm afraid you have a high chance of entering the top 100 in the Origin Chi Tower battle." Ouyang Yuntu also stared straight at Zhuowen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ever since Zhuowen had single-handedly killed the blood-horned dragon-slaying Flood Dragon half a year ago, he clearly understood how terrifying the strength of the youth before him was. As long as they could rope him into their Broken Rock City, they would definitely have a glorious result in the Yuan Chi Tower battle. Zhuowen could not help but frown when he heard this. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the tower battle. Just as Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou had said, if the early stages of the tower battle really used this kind of method to eliminate the representatives, then Rattan Armor City would be in a very bad situation. After all, Rattan Armor City was only a low-level city. In terms of foundation, it could not compare to those high-level cities. Moreover, in terms of quantity and quantity, it was far inferior compared to those high-level cities. It would be too difficult for Rattan Armor City to achieve anything in the tower battle. No wonder it's so difficult for warriors from low-level cities to enter the top 100 of the Tower of Origin Energy. They can't even enter the top 1,000. It turns out that they were eliminated by other high-level cities in the early stages of the Tower of Origin energy battle. Zhuowen frowned as he helplessly muttered to himself. He also remembered that Rattan Armor City's city lord, Gu Yu Tian, had said that even if someone from Rattan Armor City entered the top 1,000, they would be thankful. The top 1,000 warriors would all receive rewards from the House of Marquis Qin. The higher the rank, the more precious the rewards the city would receive. It was said that there was once an unknown middle-level city that gave birth to a few monstrous geniuses. In the tower battle, these monstrous geniuses overcame all the difficulties and climbed their ranks until they finally broke into the top 100. At that time, these monstrous geniuses were valued by the House of Marquis Qin and were nurtured as important targets. Later on, without exception, they all became famous experts in the Qin Xian Empire. The middle-level city that these monstrous geniuses came from also received a large number of treasures from the House of Marquis Qin as a reward. From then on, it rose from an unknown middle-level city to an overlord-level city. This was a rather sensational story at that time. Zhuowen, haven't you always been eager to enter the top 100 of the tower battle? With your Rattan Armor City's pitiful foundation and the scarce 3 spots, not to mention the top 100, it would be difficult to even enter the top 1,000. Our Broken Rock City welcomes you at any time. This old man is even willing to give you the position of the leader of Broken Rock City this time. How about it? Ouyang Yuntu also saw the hesitation on Zhuowen's face. He really didn't want to waste a talent like Zhuowen in a weak city like Rattan Armor City. He believed that Zhuowen's strength was not inferior to Ouyang Hanxuan's, and might even be much stronger than Ouyang Hanxian. How could he let go of such a young talent? Qiu Chou couldn't help but look at Ouyang Yuntu with some astonishment. He didn't expect that Ouyang Yuntu would actually give the position of leader of Broken Rock City to Zhuowen in order to keep Zhuowen. This showed Ouyang Yuntu's determination. Don't underestimate the position of leader. The leader of a city, especially the leader of a super city like Broken Rock City, basically had very high treatment and privileges. Moreover, the super city would even take out extremely rare treasures like Earth-rank soul treasures for the leader to use. Because the leader represented the strongest person in the team, he naturally had the qualifications to command the other members and would be bestowed with Earth-rank soul treasures. Although they were only low-grade Earth-rank soul treasures, their power was much stronger than high-grade soul treasures. Therefore, the position of leader could be said to have many benefits. Zhuowen didn't understand the significance of being a leader, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. After all, the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron on him was a powerful Earth-rank soul treasure. Moreover, it was a top-grade Earth-rank soul treasure. Zhuowen suspected that if he could collect 9 types of earth fire, the power of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron would be comparable to a top-grade Earth-rank soul treasure. Earth-rank soul treasures were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and the extremely rare top-grade. Above Earth-rank soul treasures were Heaven-rank soul treasures. They were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. However, Earth-rank soul treasures were already extremely rare, let alone the even higher-grade Heaven-rank soul treasures. Even super cities wouldn't be able to take out such a soul treasure. Only powers at the level of the 3 marquises of the county capital could possibly have such a peerless Heaven-rank soul treasure. At this moment, Ouyang Yuntu was full of hope as he looked at the youth in front of him. If Zhuowen could join their Broken Rock City, their strength in this Vitality Tower battle would definitely increase by another level, and their ranking would also rise by a lot. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen suddenly shook his head and said somewhat apologetically, "City Lord Ouyang, I'm very sorry, but I can't agree to your request. I've decided to return to Rattan Armor City and represent it in this Vitality Tower battle." Ouyang Yuntu and Zhuowen heard this and couldn't help but be surprised. After all, Ouyang Yuntu had already made a lot of concessions and benefit. He was even willing to give him the position of leader, but Zhuowen actually refused. Zhuowen, perhaps you don't know the significance of being a leader of a super city. Apart from having an extremely high status and rallying power, the leader will also be bestowed with an Earth-rank soul treasure by our city lord's mansion. Moreover, you'll be allowed to choose any resources of our city lord's mansion. Don't tell me you're not prepared to join our Broken Rock City with such conditions? Ouyang Yuntu was somewhat anxious and hurriedly explained the benefits of being a leader to Zhuowen, as well as the more generous conditions that followed. City Lord Ouyang. Suddenly, Zhuowen interrupted Ouyang Yuntu and deeply bowed to him. Then, his expression turned solemn. I'm very grateful for your high regard for this humble one, but sometimes there are things that can't be given up. Rattan Armor City is the place where I was born. It's my hometown. At the same time, it contains my family, my relatives, my friends, and everyone I know. These are all ties that I can't let go of. I can't cut them off and I can't betray them. Even if it's weak, even if it's lowly, I still won't abandon it. These ties aren't something that can be exchanged with any treasure. The reason why I refuse your invitation is not because your conditions aren't tempting enough, but because Rattan Armor City is my home. I only want to struggle, fight, and live for my home. Like a moth flying into a flame, sometimes, even if you know you can't do it, you still do it. After bowing deeply, Zhuowen decisively turned around and slowly left the city lord's mansion, leaving behind only a stubborn and unyielding back view. As for Ouyang Yuntu and Qiu Chou, they stared blankly at the gradually disappearing figure. After a long while, they finally came back to their senses. In the end, the two of them looked at each other and bitterly smiled. What a stubborn, loyal little guy. With such a loyal and extremely talented genius, Rattan Armor City will definitely be something special in the future. However, Rattan Armor City is still too weak right now. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for us to get a good ranking in the Origin Energy Tower battle. Ouyang Yuntu sighed and lamented. I don't think so. Perhaps this little guy can create a miracle. After all, along the way, which one of the things this little guy has done isn't shocking. That's why this old man believes in Zhuowen. Qiu Chou shook his head and looked at the proud and aloof figure in the distance with an appreciative smile on his face. At this moment, in the provincial capital, thousands of miles away from Broken Rock City, a huge castle that resembled a black dragon sat on top of a huge mountain range. This castle was the House of Marquis Qin, the most powerful faction in the provincial capital. In a luxurious pavilion within the House of Marquis Qin, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged out. This aura even gathered a huge storm in the air above the pavilion. Countless amounts of heaven and earth energy poured into the pavilion. What a powerful aura! Another person has broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm. That pavilion is the third prince's bedroom. It looks like the third prince has broken through to the ultimate Emperor realm. That's not strange. Ever since the third prince returned from the ancient cavern mansion 2 years ago, he's been cultivating like crazy. Coupled with the endless supply of precious resources from the mansion, it's normal for the third prince to break through in 2 years. Inside the House of Marquis Qin, cultivators all raised their heads to look at the huge commotion in the distant pavilion and immediately began to discuss spiritedly. Boom! The door to the pavilion suddenly shattered. A slender figure suddenly appeared outside the pavilion and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha ha! He's finally broken through. No wonder they say that cultivators will undergo a qualitative transformation when they reach the ultimate Emperor realm. I can feel this powerful energy that can control the heavens and earth. This feeling is wonderful. Chapter 324. General Fei Long. Haha. In just 2 short years, you've broken through from the peak of the Earth Monarch stage to the ultimate Emperor stage. Third Brother's talent is truly astonishing. If Third Brother had cultivated as hard as he has in the past 2 years, even if he's not as good as me, I'm afraid he wouldn't be too far off. A soft chuckle suddenly rang out. Then, from another luxurious pavilion in the house of Marquis Qin, an elegant blue figure flew over and stopped in front of Lu Yuanhua in an instant with a smile on his face. Second brother, you've also come out of seclusion. Did you break through as well? Lu Yuanhua asked joyfully as he looked at the handsome blue-clothed young man in front of him. The blue-clothed young man was the second prince of the house of Marquis Qin, and also Lu Yuanhua's second brother, Lu Yongxing. He was a famous person on the Azure Emperor leaderboard and was rather powerful among the ultimate Emperor stage cultivators. Haha! Third brother, you've also broken through. Can't you allow your second brother to break through as well? I broke through to the ultimate Emperor stage a month ago, and my ranking on the Azure Emperor leaderboard has also risen slightly, Lu Yongxing said with a refined smile on his face. Then I really have to congratulate second brother. Ultimate Emperor stage. There aren't many people in the younger generation in the entire county who have reached this level of strength. Second brother's talent is truly extraordinary. Lu Yuanhua couldn't contain his joy and hurriedly congratulated him. My strength can't be considered as extraordinary. Only Big Brother is worthy of such a description. I heard that Big Brother's ranking has risen from 17th to 15th on the Azure Emperor leaderboard of the Imperial Capital County. I'm afraid Big Brother's closed-door cultivation this time is the one who has benefited the most. Lu Yongxing shook his head and said proudly. The Qing Emperor Board was a heaven-class spiritual treasure personally refined by the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, the Qing Emperor. This spiritual treasure didn't have any offensive capabilities, but it had a powerful spiritual sense that could sense the aura of a cultivator. This spiritual sense could cover almost the entire Qing Xian Empire. If one's soul consciousness discovered a cultivator below the age of 30 within the territory of the Qing Xian Empire, their aura would be recorded on the list. After that, they would be displayed on the Qing Xian ranking board according to their ranking. There were a total of 100 names from the lowest to the highest. The Crown Prince of the House of Marquis Qin, Lv was the undisputed #1 person among the younger generation in Muqin County. His strength had been able to enter the 17th place on the Azure Emperor leaderboard in the past. After a few years of seclusion, his strength had greatly improved, and his ranking had risen by 2 places to the 15th place. The 15th place wasn't a big deal. One should know that the Qing Xian Empire had a total of 9 counties. Among them, the Imperial Capital County was the most important county in the entire Qing Xian Empire. It was a huge county where the Qing Emperor presided over. Its territory occupied almost a third of the Qing Xian Empire's area. There were many outstanding talents and geniuses there. It was much stronger than the other 8 counties. The top 10 young experts on the Qing Emperor Board were basically all young geniuses from the Imperial Capital County. It was almost impossible for the geniuses from other counties to squeeze into the top 10. Lv was able to squeeze into the 17th place in the past, which showed that his strength was very good. Now that he had risen by 2 places to the 15th place, it could be said that he was extremely abnormal. In the other 8 counties, his ranking could already be ranked in the top 3. After all, the Imperial Capital County also had some places in the top 20. As expected of Big Brother. With Big Brother's strength, he obviously doesn't care about the Vitality Tower battle. The first place is destined to be his. Lv Yuanhua heard this and his face was full of surprise. Of course. The reason why Big Brother has been working so hard all these years is because of the Battle of the 9 Counties that will be held after the Vitality Tower battle. Back then, Big Brother participated in the Battle of the 9 Counties with the other experts in the prefecture. It was really too tragic. In the last Battle of the 9 Counties, too many experts died and Big Brother was lucky enough to survive. In fact, he has never been able to forget it. Lv Yongxing said with a slight sigh. In the last Battle of the 9 Counties, our Muqin County was ranked 8th, almost second to last. Our results were really bad. However, that was because Big Brother was still weak back then. Now that Big Brother is so strong, he can definitely lead our Muchin County to a glorious record of being in the top 3. LV Yuanhua said in a low voice. Let's not talk about this anymore. Now that your strength has reached the ultimate Emperor realm, you should use the remaining time to consolidate your strength. It shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the top 100 in the Vitality Tower battle. Speaking of which, your current achievements are all thanks to Zhuowen's stimulation. If that kid hadn't defeated you, who knows when you would have worked hard. LV Yongxing said with a laugh. That Zhuowen? Now that I've also advanced to the ultimate Emperor realm, it's enough for me to repay the humiliation of the ancient cave mansion. I will make that Zhuowen regret everything he did to me back then. At the mention of Zhuowen, the corners of LV Yuanhua's eyes twitched, and he said with resentment. Looking at LV Yuanhua's gloomy face, LV Yongxing frowned and said, Third brother, that Zhuowen is only a lowly commoner from a low-level city. What kind of status do you have? Do you need to personally deal with him? Moreover, with the pitiful foundation of a low-level city, that Zhuowen's strength definitely won't improve much in these 2 years. As for you, you are the third prince of Muchin County's #1 faction, the House of Marquis Qin. You have endless resources. The gap between you and that lowly commoner will only grow bigger and bigger. I'm afraid that lowly commoner hasn't even broken through to the Heavenly King realm yet. To you, he's like an ant that you can squash with just a little strength. You don't need to lower yourself to deal with that lowly commoner. Just properly prepare for the battle for the Origin Qi Tower. Hearing this, LV Yuanhua's face was filled with unwillingness. However, he would never forget how that despicable brat Zhuowen had stepped on his face in front of so many people 2 years ago. That kind of humiliation had always lingered in his mind. It was also the driving force behind his crazy cultivation for the past 2 years. All right. Seeing your unwillingness, I'll send General Fei Long to Rattan Armor City and directly wipe out that Zhuowen and Rattan Armor City. You can focus on preparing for the battle for the Origin Qi Tower. There's no need to be distracted by these trivial matters. Seeing the unwillingness on LV Yuanhua's face, LV Yongxing shrugged helplessly. Oh? But that General Fei Long who escaped from an ultimate Emperor realm expert is second brother's capable general. You're actually willing to send him out? LV Yuanhua looked at LV Yongxing in astonishment. You and I are brothers. Your second brother naturally won't let you be humiliated for no reason. General Fei Long is someone who can escape from an ultimate Emperor realm expert. He's at the peak of the half-step ultimate Emperor realm. Just General Fei Long alone is enough to uproot Rattan Armor City. When the time comes, I'll have General Fei Long capture that Zhuowen alive and let you do whatever you want with him. LV Yongxing patted LV Yuanhua's shoulder and said with concern. Seeing the deep concern in LV Yongxing's eyes, LV Yuanhua's heart warmed. He said, Then I'll have to thank second brother. Go back and make your preparations. It's really not worth it to lose your composure over a lowly ant. LV Yuanhua nodded slightly and cupped his hands towards LV Yongxing before returning to his loft. He'd just broken through to the next realm, so he naturally needed some time to consolidate it. I really didn't think that a lowly commoner from a lowly city would cause third brother to lose his composure like this. It looks like I really should get rid of this future trouble. LV Yongxing's eyes were filled with killing intent as he watched LV Yuanhua's departing figure. LV Yongxing sat on a high seat in a dark hall, his eyes flickering endlessly. At this moment, a sturdy figure walked in with a majestic gait. This figure was over 9 feet tall and wore thick, pitch-black armor. Even his face was covered by a black steel mask. As he walked, ear-piercing clanging sounds could be heard. What was even stranger was that on the chest of this figure's black armor, there was a huge purple dragon. It looked exceptionally strange and cold. General Fei Long greets the second prince. What orders does the second prince have for me? General Fei Long knelt on one knee and said respectfully. However, although his voice was rough, there was a trace of coldness in it. It was as if he was a venomous snake that would attack at any time. LV Yongxing glanced indifferently at General Fei Long and tossed a scroll to General Fei Long with his right hand. He said indifferently, "Slaughter all the cities marked on this map. Leave no one alive. However, you have to pay special attention to a young man named Zhuowen in Rattan Armor City. Capture him alive and hand him over to me." After receiving the scroll, General Fei Long suddenly opened it. Inside was a map of Muqin County. The names of the places were recorded in great detail. However, General Fei Long frowned slightly and said, "Second Prince, the cities marked on this map are all lowly cities? Could it be that you asked me to come here this time to slaughter these lowly cities? Could it be that you are dissatisfied with my orders?" LV Yongxing narrowed his eyes and stared at General Fei Long in front of him. A powerful aura slowly spread out from his body like a flood. General Fei Long couldn't help but tremble when he felt LV Yongxing's powerful aura. He hurriedly replied, "This subordinate dares not. This subordinate will definitely complete this task. As long as you can complete it. Remember, you must capture that young man named Zhuowen alive and hand him over to me. When the time comes and you complete the task, I will give you 1,000,000 Emperor pills as your reward." General Fei Long was delighted when he heard this. Slaughtering a lowly city wasn't difficult for a half-step ultimate Emperor realm cultivator like him. However, the reward this time was 1,000,000 Emperor pills. It was a profit for him. "All right, you may leave. I await your good news," LV Yongxing said indifferently with a wave of his hand. "This subordinate will definitely not disappoint the second prince." General Fei Long bowed slightly and slowly left the hall, leaving LV Yongxing alone in his seat. His eyes flashed. "My lord, since you want to deal with Rattan Armor City, why do you want to slaughter all the lowly cities around it?" A faintly discernible shadow appeared in the darkness and asked. "Many powers in the provincial capital know that Third Brother once stayed in Rattan Armor City. If we directly deal with Rattan Armor City, it will be easy for the other powers to think that the House of Marquis Qin is abusing its authority to avenge private wrongs. This will be detrimental to the ruling position of the House of Marquis Qin. However, if we slaughter a dozen lowly cities at once and casually accuse them of a crime, then no one will think that the House of Marquis Qin is abusing its authority to avenge private wrongs," LV Yongxing said with a cold smile. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.